Early are we? Why is that? It's because we got the Trump announcement. He's denying you the crown. I know. I'm gonna talk about that. Hold on. Oh God, I hate this fucking dumbass. All right. Anyway. But yeah, Qatari patronage of his mom's work is another piece of Zohran Mamdani's privilege puzzle. They got nothing on this dude. They're just hitting him with the dumbest shit. Okay. They can't do it. They can't do it. We'll see how it goes. I know he's like said some stuff about like expunging people's drug records or whatever. And he said like he's not thinking about doing that. And now like the DSA is mad. There's people posturing about like not being able to maintain party discipline for party members who are literally winning elections. That's a little bit of a drama on the side as well, but who knows? Alex Jones is crashing out because his protege Owen Schroyer left, by the way. That's the other thing. Alex Jones is not taking Owen Schroyer quitting InfoWars. Well, you stab your brother in his operation in the back and you're a fucking liar. Fucking asshole. Eat shit. Yeah, Owen Schroyer is leaving because he's like, Trump is dick riding, or Alex Jones is dick riding Trump so hard, you know? Anyway, what are your thoughts on it? I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm not going to throw him away after one policy, but it's a little sad to see. Once again, you just got to manage. You got to manage your expectations. Politicians are not your heroes. They're not your salvation. It's good not to have any parasocial relationship with politicians. I know it's hard when it comes to someone like Zoran, who's like young too, and like very dynamic, but ultimately, it's just, you know, you just got to take the good with the bad, and hope for the best. And keep pushing your politicians to do the right thing. I mean, he's running for mayor. There's definitely a lot of limitations with that job. I mean, because he's not an American citizen, it doesn't really matter because he can't have like even higher office ambitions past that point. I guess like maximum you can be governor or, you know, a senator or something, but you can't be president anyway. So for Zoran, it's like they always say, you know, the mayoral seat. Like once you get that, it's over. Especially one that is as big a city, as important a city for national politics as New York. He's a citizen? No, sorry. I meant he's not a natural born U.S. citizen. He is a citizen. I apologize. He's just not a natural born citizen. He's a naturalized citizen, just like my uncle Shaky Gurga, and therefore he can't. Therefore he can't run for higher office past that point, you know, maximum like Senate, governor, but never president. So anyway, someone posted this, said, I love the IRL streams. I got Dr. Peppered.
It's amazing. How you doing? Target acquired. Well, my goodness. Yeah, we're going to go shoot around. I thought you were leaving, man. I thought you had a... I lost Ryder Grant, comes back, works out. Good to see you. Wallah, it was an awesome workout, man.
You know what I just realized?
I mean, he's like 7'5". I'm like 5'5".
Rewatching this, I just realized like Abdul also has the Dearborn accent. I feel like there's like an Arab American accent that people have, and he has it too. I just noticed that. You left him at the gym, the Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Oh, they were not sugar free. Awkward. I hope someone drank it. I'm so glad I don't have it. Morgan, what the fuck are you talking about? What the absolute fuck are you talking about? You literally have the thickest Dearborn accent of all time. You unironically, you sound Dearborn. You are the most Michigander accent having ass of all time. What the fuck are you saying? When I meet someone, I instantly can clock whether they're from Michigan and their geographic proximity to Dearborn when they were growing up because of how close they are to your accent. Your accent is the literal fucking Farmer's Almanac or whatever the fuck of like Dearborn accents. I'm not even doing this heavy-handed, okay? This is straight up. If you've ever listened to her speak, you know this. She is the benchmark, yes. People present her accent as like the thickest Dearborn accent of all time. March airs out the laundry. What is this?
And I was like, I texted him, I was like, yo, your key cards aren't working. And he's like, oh, fuck, that's right. He's like, fuck, I'm shitting right now. And I was like, okay, take your time. So I just stood outside. of his hotel door for like 7 to 10 minutes.
That's crazy.
That's it. That was the story. That was it.
That's not even a fucking bro. That's not even a goddamn story. God damn it, March.
That was interesting. I thought if you guys wanted a window into what it's like to people always tell me, they're like, oh my god, your job is so cool, your life is so cool, you have a dream job. If you ever need like an extra set of hands, I'll work for free, please, anything. And I'm like,
son of a bitch. This is why we have to whip him sometimes. Okay, this is why we beat his ass. Chat, do you understand? This is why. This is AI. Oh, this bitch is in the chat right now. Oh, is it AI March? Oh, interesting. Lies, girls don't poop. Exactly. And I'm a girl and I don't poop either. Talks about uplifting the working class while abusing his own workers. Yeah, you already know what it is. That's an example of a story you could share on the pod, Lamount. That's true. Obama wasn't natural born and he was president. Hell yeah, brother. Obama wasn't even an American citizen, brother. He's Kenyan. He's a Kenyan Muslim man. What else was I going to look at real quick before we blast? I mean, we already blasted off and we're waiting for the fucking Trump announcement, but Daily Reporter Clankers meme. This is weird. Trump's favorite pastor, Pastor Mark Burns, says praying for you, President, at real Donald Trump. Not sure what that means. Obviously, it probably has nothing to do with the announcement, but just something to consider. Oh, I wanted to show this. Edgy humor fans, 0.00002 seconds after you make a joke about this. I love man carrying thing. Banger after banger, as always. Let's take a look.
And I thought that Uber driver was going to kill me, not because he was Asian, but because he was a woman. He? Trans. Oh. You ruined the joke, but speaking of trans people, I'd rather they didn't. Not because I hate trans women, I just hate women. I don't like it when they speak, but I do hate trans people. Oh. Just kidding. Okay. Gay people overall, they're just super great, you know? Great at kissing in public all the time. Like, do that shit in private, at home where no one has to see that shit. Here's a list of minorities who I think get too much credit. People from El Salvador. We should deport them. Still workshopping that. What? What? You don't like edgy humor?
You see people are speculating that Trump might be sick or something.
Yeah, I heard about that.
JD Vance, please work your magic.
What is the implication there?
Well, people think that he killed the Pope because he met him like a day before he died.
So by working his magic, you imply that you hope he kills Trump.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
What?
I don't know. I don't get you people. The world is divisive enough.
Is this even a joke at this point? Because this is literally what it is. Every edgy humor enjoying motherfucker will just constantly talk about like shit that's not even a joke at that point. Like they'll start off as jokes, but like another classic version of this is just like literally going, George Floyd, every time there's like a black character in like a video game or something. They just slam George Floyd into everything. And it's such a weird thing. Like it's such a gross, weird fucking thing to do over and over again. And then the moment that you're like, oh, wow, this unimaginably powerful person who is a truly cruel, truly repulsive individual, a lot of people are celebrating his demise. You go, oh, see? The left is the violent ones. The left are the violent ones. Yeah, edgy humor enjoyers, when you bring up white people or Christianity or the president, then they lose their fucking minds. Don't you consider yourself edgy? I mean, sure. I think I do make a lot of I do make a lot of jokes that other people might consider edgy, right? But what the fuck is going on right now? Why does it say it looks like my ingest bit rate is just like pooping. Okay, I don't know. But I'm not edgy in that way. You know what I mean? Like, dude, do I make jokes? Do I make dark jokes? Certainly. But I don't usually punch down. I usually punch up. I usually am making. I'm teetering on the edges of what is not allowed and what is allowed. But in most circumstances, is almost entirely directed at cruel people, right wingers, people in positions of power, ideals that are ruthless, ideals that constantly demand more violence towards marginalized people. Like that's just is super basic shit, which is part of the reason why a lot of people actually lose their minds. A lot of people fucking hate that shit.
Why do we have to spread hate? You're cheering on the death of an old man, a sitting president, leader of our country.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate being the friend that's too woke, but
Oh God, fucking. I ruined that comedy bit, by the way. I had to immediately start talking over it. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of dead presidents, President Trump makes an announcement in the Oval Office is coming up. It's supposed to start right now, but as always, it's supposed to start in a minute, sorry. But as always, the expectation is that he is going to be late. This motherfucker's so late, he's late to his own funeral, okay? Now, of course, do we know if he's dead? No, we do not. We do not know if he's dead. He's not going to die. Evil never dies. I don't think Trump is dead. I think he might have had like a minor health complication, which obviously we're going to be reading heavily into it. Okay. We're going to be reading heavily into the whole, like whether he had a health complication or not, or how bad the health complication was in general. Oh my God. What the fuck is this? Eric Trump loses sumo wrestling match in Japan. Bro, come on. Have some respect. You need to fucking take the goddamn shirt off and put the kid on, dude. You can't be going in there with your golfing outfit. Disrespectful. Down. See, he's trying to do Greco-Roman, but even then he's like, look at that back. Look at that back arch. He has no power. He is not driving his power from his ass, okay? It's terrible form. And I say this as someone who has duked it out with like real sumo trainers, as you guys know. And have gotten props. Like this is one of the few instances. This is one of the few instances in my life where I got straight up. No, this is not even what we're looking at. No. Pull up the one from Will Stream, the more recent one. But this. I'm not like a natural athlete at all by any means, and I usually can't just like pick something up and immediately be good at it, with the exception of this. Sumo is the only thing that I was like naturally good at. Yeah, of course he got his ass beat, bro. Come on. Shy Thembo. Oh, my hand was so fucked up here, I couldn't hit it.
You ready? Put your face down.
Good.
You ready?
Yeah. Oh.
It's because true power comes from the ass. You have a large natural advantage. Wait, is it live? Is it live? Is it live? Is it live? It's not live, bro. Why are y'all lying to me? It's not live. Where is he? Where's the announcement? Someone send me a link that works. Announcement bingo. Okay, there it is. Where is it? Are you guys baiting me? Are you guys baiting me? Are you baiting me? Are you baiting me? Is he actually live? Or is he dead? I loved Sanctuary on Netflix. That guy, for the record, that guy that I'm training with in that video that we just watched, he actually was one of the professional trainers on Sanctuary on Netflix. Yeah, it's not live yet. Y'all are such liars, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? I started early today because I was waiting for this. Okay. And I know it's going to be some random shit, but you know, this is a brief moment of hope and a brief moment of solace for everybody in this goddamn country. Ironically enough, just as is the case with everything else, of course, this would yield tremendous pain and would be far worse. Okay. This would yield tremendous pain. It would be far worse for the country overall, because even this one blip of goodness that many people are demanding, many people are desperately holding on to, make no mistake, would yield a full-blown Peter Thiel takeover. What do I mean by this? J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's blood boy, okay? J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's slave, okay? And J.D. Vance is not exactly a telegenic figure. He is not going to be able to, in my opinion, and perhaps I might be wrong on this, he is not going to be able to captivate the attention of the large swaths of the populist MAGA base in the same way that Donald Trump was able to command them. This means that the only opportunity for J.D. Vance, and by way of J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, to actually directly take over the levers of power is if Donald Trump passes away, because he will not win a popular contest unless the Democrats fuck the bag up once again, and they just might. You already know how the Democrats behave. So because of that reason, even though this is like something that we are all excited for, something that we're all waiting with bated breath, ironically enough, as is the case with every other damn thing in this goddamn country, Donald Trump's untimely demise, while expected and would cause jubilation, would still allow for worse things to come. Trump's voice with Scott Jennings.
I'm very disappointed in him.
Trump's voice in his interview with Scott Jennings this morning, something's not right. No, he sounds like that on the morning calls all the time.
And I always had a great relationship. Very disappointed. Thousands of people are dying. They're not Americans that are dying, but they're Russians and they're Ukrainians, and there's thousands, and it's a war that makes no sense. And it would have never started if I were president, and that's what bothers me even more, because the election was totally rigged, and it's a shame. We'll see what happens, but I'm very disappointed in President Putin.
This is Donald Trump's IG voice, dude. You know how like I have an IG voice in the mornings and everybody always makes fun of me for it because like I sound groggy, but also I guess I sound sexy. That's what Trump's IG voice sounds like. That's what Trump's IG voice looks like. That's just what it is.
I can say that.
Yeah, C-SPAN is saying it got pushed to 2:30. Now, remember, he's not dead. A couple things I have to relitigate here. While I am memeing about Donald Trump's, demise here, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for many Americans here that are tuning in tuning in with the excitement. But he is not dead. Okay, he's not. And he's most likely going to be, announcing some lame ass bullshit. Ken Leakenstein claimed that it was actually the Space Force headquarters, like moving to Alabama or some shit like that. But having said that, we can still derive a lot of satisfaction by picking apart every little thing that he's doing in this announcement. Live, Trump announces Space Command is moving from Colorado to Alabama. That's what it is. Oh my God, 40,000 people are waiting. Dude, I'm telling you, mad people are dude, this is like, it's gotta hurt. Trump is clued in on everything that's going on in the social media sphere. That's gotta be crazy that this motherfucker wasn't live for like 7 days and basically everyone's like, oh, he's dead, and they're celebrating and they're excited at the prospect of his demise. That is crazy, bro. Look at this chat. Look at this chat. Look at the AP chat. 6-7, he died. Why is everybody spamming 6-7 now? 6-7. Release the Epstein files. 2 weeks, clots and prayers. I hope RFK Jr. is in charge of the health maintenance of the orange clown. Oh, that's awesome. He delayed it to get higher ratings. I'm telling you right now, it's gotta fucking hurt him at least a little bit that this many people are excited. This many people are this excited at like even just a crumb of hope that he might be dead is crazy. He's literally just trying to take views away from Mafiathon 3. True. He delayed it to get high. Is there really anything Thiel could get Vance to do that couldn't already get Trump to do anyways? Yes. Yes, absolutely. I think Peter Thiel is even scarier in a position of that much power than even Donald Trump. Like Peter Thiel, it's hard to explain it because like Trump is such a major villain, right? He is such a massive villain. And I totally get that. I understand why people are, they pay close attention to what he's doing. He's the president and he is a horrible monster. Peter Thiel is even a level above that. Peter Thiel is like literal Satan incarnate. I don't know how to describe it beyond the fact that he looked at his own, he looked at his own career and he was like, oh, I'm going to watch Lord of the Rings. What am I going to name my mass surveillance apparatus off of? The villain in Lord of the Rings. He drinks the blood of children. He literally has blood boys. Like, that's not even a joke. Tread lightly talking about Thiel. To be honest, that shit freaks me out. Yeah. Like, when we say billionaires are lizard people, at least like Mark Cuban tries to make a decent effort to come across like a human being, right? Everyone has their quirks, like, oh, Warren Buffett still lives in his old home, like from when he was a child, and still drives the same Subaru or whatever, which is like freakish in my opinion, because like you're a fucking massive billionaire, multi-billionaire. Why the fuck do you have that much? Why do you do that level of wealth accumulation if you're not even going to use it, dumbass, right? But like they try to behave like humans in some ways. Peter Thiel cannot. He cannot. There is no world where Peter Thiel goes in front of a camera and doesn't come across like a lizard person wearing a human skin suit. It's just crazy. Just a straightforward tech dystopia harbinger who is terrifying. Even more terrifying than Trump. Because like he also has like Trump is Trump is an insane narcissist. And the type that will basically use like pre-existing white supremacist constructs to his advantage to hold on to the levers of power, right? But Peter Thiel is like a true believer. Like he is committed to the idea of a techno-feudalist dystopia, and he will do it. He will do everything in his power to do it. Like that's guys who are real believers are the ones you have to be actually worried by, if that makes sense. I guess at that level of like villain behavior, it doesn't really matter that much because like either Peter Thiel by way of Donald Trump is still going to be holding on to the levers of power or he's going to do it directly. But it's just terrifying, man. I mean, look.
I suffered through Ross Douthat's interview with Peter Thiel because I'm a sick person. And
I mean, look, this is a great first look into how Peter Thiel operates. Now, this is, of course, the Bulwark. This is, it's just, I don't really care about what he has to say, but here, let's just watch.
Because I'm a sick person. And there's one clip that's been going around. And in case you guys haven't had this, just the experience of being able to listen to this moment, I want to share it with all of you.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
in this. Should the human race survive?
Yeah.
Like that's a demon right there too. Like that's a straightforward war criminal, right? That's Bill Kristol. He owns the Bulwark. And like to get a better understanding of like how psychotic Peter Thiel is, like that's the type of shit that like other former neocon war criminals look at and go, this guy is a real scary guy. And he's not saying that because, he's not saying that to present himself as woke or whatever. He's just saying that because that's how scary Peter Thiel is.
Some really hard-hitting journalism from Ross Douthat there. Ross gets some slings and arrows around these parts, but he's asking the tough questions. Do you want the human race to endure? Peter Thiel. It seems like basically the answer is no, but he doesn't want to say it. So he comes around to yes after 30 seconds. This is the man that made it, that set the vice president in place.
From the GOAT, Nathan J. Robinson. What is this? Peter Thiel presenting an autobiographical lecture series. You are warmly invited to a series of 4 lectures by Peter Thiel addressing the topic of the biblical Antichrist. Yeah, he's just going to sit there and talk about himself. I am the biblical Antichrist. Hello. Welcome. I want to bring about the demise of the planet. Like, Peter Thiel is the type of motherfucker when you watch like an anime or when you watch like a movie and you're like, this villain's entire ambition is to destroy the world and it doesn't make any sense. Like this is like a written out villain that clearly has no like understandable, decipherable human motivation here. It's just like, oh, you want to be evil for the sake of evil? Peter Thiel is the closest analog to that in the real world. Like, the type of villain that you say is unrealistic and just like simply wants to destroy the entire planet for the sake of destruction alone is something that you would look at in a comic book and go, this is kind of stupid. Like, what is the motivation here, right? Like, there needs to be something more here. Peter Thiel is the guy who unironically is the real world example of that. It's pretty shitty. It's pretty terrifying. Yeah. He's live, is he? It's 11:15. He's supposed to be live at 11:30. They pushed it back 30 minutes. Alex Karp as the new VP pick when Vance takes over. Alex Karp is another one of those like tech dildos that I just despise. God, I have so much hatred in my heart for these guys. They're so goddamn annoying. They are so unfucking bearable. Speaking of which, by the way, sometimes the administration that absolutely sucks can get something good. Okay? It turns out digital content creators are among the dozens of occupations that the Treasury Department is deemed eligible for the no tax on tip deduction. They explicitly name streamers, influencers, and podcasters as illustrative examples. Produce and publish on digital. Dude, Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, no tax on tips provision, straight up is a tax cut for some of the biggest fucking dildos in American society. people like myself. What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing? This is insane. It's actually fucking insane, dude. It's actually insane. View count high. Are you botted? Yes. I'm botting myself. Or because this is a day of celebration because people think Donald Trump might have died. Who knows? I mean, if you look at the number of chatters in here, you will realize that there is 40,000 active chatters in here. So probably not. There is a limit and it helps small streamers more. Don't try to justify any of this, okay? Don't try to justify any of this shit. Bro heard Andrew Schultz was upset and gave him a tax cut. Yeah. Keep the tinfoil hat on. Is he tinfoil hat on? Is he dead? Is that why he's pushing it back? No. He's just always late. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Let's go. Does JD Vance know who you are? I hope not. Anyway, this would be funny. Why is your viewership high? Not gonna lie, yesterday's it was 28K to 35K. Now it's 45K. Guys, do you not understand that when world-changing events are happening, people tune in? Like a lot more people tune in. Is this news to you? It's like coming in on the day of the election and being like, why is there 300,000 people in here? Are they bots? No, motherfucker. It's because people are tapped in. They think they want to know if Trump is sick. Okay, that's it. There are 50,000 people waiting in the Associated Press lobby here. Okay, 51,000 people are watching the Associated Press with the hopes that they will see. With the hopes that they'll get a glimpse of whether or not Donald Trump is actually stroked out, okay? It's a pretty big fucking deal for a lot of people, it seems. Part of the reason why I started earlier today, because it's a big deal for me too. I want to see it. I want to join in on the fun. I want to entertain the blue anon, blue MAGA shit for a brief moment, okay? I want to have fun. Austin show. I'm tapped in. I don't usually watch. Shut up, Austin. Don't act like it. Had all my coworkers watching on January 6th. This is like more excited to this than eating pastries. Yeah, because I'm lame, okay? Sometimes I don't want to give more views to fashion, so I tune into your stream because I know you'll be watching. Yeah. He went to heaven yet? I don't know how to tell you this, but if Donald Trump is going somewhere, it is certainly not heaven, okay? Let me tell you, I don't think if heaven and hell is real, I don't think Donald Trump is going to the good one, okay? He is definitely not going to the good one. Yeah. Going to like the lowest layer. If he's going to the bad one, he's definitely going to the bad one, and he's going to the lowest fucking layer that you can go to. Yeah, he's gonna be down there with all of his besties like Jeffrey Epstein. Your breakdown of these as they happen are also why people tune in. Yes, unless he has said the Shahada and found the light of Allah at the end of the tunnel, and he will be going to Jannah, but I don't think he did. I don't think he could get it out of his mouth. May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States of America. Does anyone have that clip? Here, let's just play it again. It's my best. It's the best. It's the best. It's the best. This is Trump's best moment.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken
the richest 1% account for more than 1/3 of all unpaid taxes. I shit you not. It's just the least surprising bit of information I've gotten in this chat. Oh, AI used, by the way? Yeah, no, he did say that. Like, that is real. He did say that. News about Donald Trump just broke. Alex Jones, Mao Zedong edit. Those are the two edits that live in my mind. I mean, this is not even an edit, honestly. Literally deja vu. What is this? This is live, but that doesn't mean Dark Brandon is there yet. He is notoriously late. Unlike me, I serve the top of the hour ad break. Exactly. Wow. Back when. Look at that. Totally separate time. Back when I used to run ads. Now the Piker Broadcasting Service is ad-free. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. No more ad breaks at the top of the hour. No more ad breaks at all. It is completely ad-free, with the rare exception of a sponsored gaming broadcast. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored. It's September. If you guys would like to subscribe and support the show, you can for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free. All right, when is it starting? 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 Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Get in, get in, get in, get in. Exactly on time. Okay. Right on time, right on cue at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break. If you want this uninterrupted Biden special, okay, then all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. He was almost an hour late to his 3-minute speech this morning. Yeah, he's never on time. He's so fucking gross. Like, he is so notoriously late all the fucking. This was me talking about Brandon. Time, dude. It's crazy. Amira Links, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Oh,
my fellow Americans.
Oh, he is on time. 3-minute ad break now. Twitch Primes are free. My first time in the chat, but I watch you on YouTube. I was wondering if you've heard about the AI 2027 article. I watched the video and I'm curious about your opinions on the geopolitical implications. No, I have not watched that video. Will you watch the 10 p.m. China Victory Day parade? Is it at 10 p.m. Pacific? If so, no. The answer is no. I won't be live at that point. That's crazy. I don't know why. I don't know why he's 30 minutes late. In 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes, and Donald Trump is going to be live, and he's going to be talking about the shittiest, most irrelevant thing, by the way, which is even funnier, because like, this is billed as his announcement for Space Command moving from Colorado to Alabama, but obviously that's not the reason why people are excited. People are excited because they want to see exactly how sick this puppy is. Okay? He actually just died. Oh my God, imagine. He just got so excited. I mean, my favorite conspiracy theory on this is the claim that he got reverse John Fetterman. Like he stroked into woke. Okay. You know how like John Fetterman stroked into anti-woke and became like the #1 defender of Israel? I feel like the stroke just like reverses people's brain a little bit. And Donald Trump got stroked into woke. And now people are, now all of the people around him are panicking because they're like, he just keeps saying, we're going to end Israel over and over again. He keeps saying he wants to seize the means of production. It's actually very odd that they shut down Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House. That's not normal. Can see it in the AP feed. Street is only clear with Secret Service vehicle in it. Is that normal? Is that abnormal? I feel like they do that shit all the time. It's DC. People were talking about how abnormal it is that like around Walter Reed is actually blocked off or something. And it feels like this is just a normal part of it's just a normal part of the process, right? Like that's just how it is. They just do that sometimes. They be doing that sometimes. Am I wrong? I hear on the streets that he's planning on introducing the Order of Lenin medal. Yeah, we got memes for days though. Trump's team today.
Guys, he says he still needs to make his speech. What do you think?
Can he do the speech?
Can he do the speech? The demented fucking piss-mad king of England?
He could say anything. He could tell everyone he's Barbara Streisand. No, I think we have to drop it, right?
Okay. But at the very least, he should be on stage.
It would be great to get the body up there.
Okay, we push it as late as we can, and maybe if we just get him on stage, that'll be enough.
Oh yeah, sure. Maybe send him up through a trapdoor surrounded by dry ice.
Guys, he's
stroke the woke, please. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. Because he does have an incredible command over the American economy and has a tendency to just like bully corporations into doing his bidding in a way that I wish the Democrats would do. And I am going to kind of talk about that a little bit today. The White House right now. Yeah, they're just trying to hastily put him back together. You know, it's going to work. But I will say, like, even the Intel stuff, like 10% of Intel, like these are things that Bernie Sanders advocated for during the CHIPS Act, right? Like this is something that the American left, a modest social democratic proposal has been advanced by the American left, the left flank of the Democrat Party for a long time. And Trump is the one who just got it done. No questions asked. He just straight up went to Intel and was like, you're giving us 10%. All this grant money that we're offering you is it amounts to 10% of Intel. It's ours now. And the reality of the matter is stuff like that is not socialism necessarily, but it is actually a higher degree of socialization. And it's one that honestly, the Democrats and the Republicans would pounce on if it was actually any Democrat doing this. If it was Joe Biden doing this, they'd be calling for his assassination. But when Donald Trump does it, it's fine because Donald Trump just does things, right? And this is why I constantly go back and forth on obviously being incredibly angry at the horrible things that Trump has brought to this country, while also simultaneously feeling incredibly jealous because, like, he gets to do this shit that I wish, a competent left leadership would be able to do. He gets to move and shake things, oftentimes in the direction of not an overall common good, but usually in the direction of just making things worse. But of course, in that process, you got people like gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom. We got a minute out. We're a minute out from the Oval. We're a minute out. Wait, they pushed it back again? Or is it live? Hold on. Watch this. I'm going into the future. I'm going into the future. Okay. It's not, it's just, okay, Psycho Mantis, chill. No. Can you take us through what the first 100 days of a JD Vance presidency would look like? It's just death, destruction. Did you see them throwing black bags out of the White House window? I heard about that yesterday, but I don't know what the fuck that was about. Yeah, I know this is what he's going to talk about. Okay, stop being a Debbie Downer. I know, Farah he. This is what he will talk about. Not that he's dying. Of course, he's not going to go out and make an announcement to be like, I'm dying. Like, that's a joke. But yes, of course, he is. This announcement, as the Associated Press's live stream also has declared, this announcement is about Space Command moving from Colorado to Alabama. Having said that, however, the reason why a lot of people want to see Donald Trump after 7 days of media blackout is because they think he is dying, and this is a way for people to figure out whether he's actually dying or not. That's it. It's that simple. Updates. Trump expected to make an announcement on moving Space Command. The latest on the tariffs. Trump is likely to be asked about last week's U.S. Appeals Court ruling that found most of his tariffs to be illegal. The court allowed tariffs to remain in place. And also on top of that, his military conquest, his domestic application of military as a domestic policing force was also found to be illegal, specifically in California. So there's that too. So there's a bunch of stuff that he's like pissed off about. Postponed again. Stop. CNN diving into the conspiracy. Yeah, I don't have an article. Do we have a paywall remover on this? Let me see if I can zap it. I guess is black. Oh God, how Trump's health conspiracy theories went wild on social media. I mean, it's fine. It's not postponed again. I mean, it's not live. We're 2 minutes in and it's not live. So I don't know. It's pack watch time, but one more zap and it'll be good. Oh, Brian Stelter wrote about it. President Donald Trump's political success derived in part by being omnipresent on every screen. So his recent absence from public view provoked all kinds of speculation. Trump dead became a trending topic over the long Labor Day weekend, fueled perhaps by liberal wishful thinking and online influencer boredom. I saw a tweet that was so funny where someone said, oh, now I understand why all the Republicans were fantasizing about Biden dying, because this shit's a lot of fun. And yeah, it is. Okay? It is. Except for me, we did that for both. We did that for Brandon and we did that for Trump. We like to have fun all the time. Okay? Come to the right side. Come to the good side. Trust me, it was fun with Brandon too. Old ass motherfucker holding on, doing the old person death grip on the levers of power long after he should have stopped doing that a long time ago. Okay? The viral storm was best summarized through the post of one self-proclaimed psychic with more than 125,000 followers on TikTok. Trump is actually going to die on the 28th of August, she predicted in one video last week before plugging a beauty product. Photos showed Trump leaving the White House to visit one of his golf courses on August 30th, but didn't dissuade the psychic. In between other profit-making product promotions, she insisted she was right and questioned the validity of the photos. She was far from the only one. Searching for Trump's name on TikTok resulted in related searches, is Trump dead or no? Yeah, get your money up, Queen. And Trump health symptoms. I'm going to tell you right now, this is, we got a lot of new friends in the chat. So I'll repeat this, but this is something that every Turkish person, every Russian person, like every person who lives under like the oppressive thumb of any kind of dictatorial or any kind of like authoritarian rulership, this is a feeling that people know very well. This is a feeling that I experienced my whole life growing up, where you're like, I hope there is some kind of divine intervention here. It never happens, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Evil never dies. Evil never dies. It never actually ends up happening. And all of your wishes, all of your dreams inevitably give these guys more life, I feel like. I mean, look at Dick Cheney. He's still alive and kicking, you know? Bolsonaro got COVID 58 times, okay? Bolsonaro got stabbed. Bolsonaro was doing caca out of his nose. They were sucking the poop directly out of his nose. That's how fucked up this man is, okay? He is a one-man poison. He is just like, he is a biohazard to be around. This motherfucker's still not dead, okay? That's it. These guys just never die. Evil never dies, okay? Your hatred fuels their lives, their lifeblood. So it is kind of funny though that like Americans have finally arrived at that method as well. The notion of like, man, it's just a maybe someone will kick the bucket, and it's just, you know, it's funny to experience it in both Turkey and now in America as well. Never thought I'd see that day. Okay, and yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. It's an indication that we are unstable. I will say that much. Because, like, it's like this many people being able to actively point to someone's got to do it and then have everybody understand exactly what that means is perhaps the greatest indication of how busted our structure is, how busted our system is, that people are like demanding divine intervention. You know, that's what I think. Hold on. I honestly need emotional support from this community for whatever the announcement is. Some people think it's a war announcement. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows? He could just come out and be like, that's right, we're going to war with Venezuela and Greenland is ours. We're going to war not with Venezuela, but with Greenland, you know? At this point, is that too far-fetched? Like, honestly, anything is possible with Donald Trump. But yeah, with so many conspiracy theories, this one started with some crumbs of truth, including visible bruises on Trump's hand. More and more questions are being raised about Donald Trump's health. Democratic content creator Harry Sisson said in a video last week, zooming in on Trump's hand from different angles. Then, as CNN's Betsy Klein reported, Trump's public schedule uncharacteristically dark last Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Some Trump opponents turned into investigators, posting unflattering photos of the president, highlighting his recent comments about wanting to get to heaven if possible, while advancing a theory that he was secretly sick. What happened next is oh my God. What happened next, it was a snowball effect. Sorry. I just got a text message from my travel agent guy who said that they found my rings at the hotel I stayed at a long time ago in New York. And I've been looking for them. It's so irrelevant to everything else. I know I can't be saying, oh my God, in front of 60,000 people like that while we're waiting for Donald Trump to be potentially found alive in the White House. I know. I'm sorry. I got excited for something good to happen in my life for once. Okay. No, it's not a scoop. I'm not farming. Shit. Abi bizi siktin 10 saniye. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. C-SPAN pushed it back to 3 p.m. now? Wait, what? They pushed it back again? Okay, he might be dead, bro. What the fuck's going on? Okay, that's crazy. Oh my Lord. Not enough makeup on the body. How often does he delay his speeches like this? Often. He's always late to shit. That's normal, but usually they just know how late he's going to be, so they don't give you like an active time, or they don't just like push it back 15 minutes at a time in 15-minute increments like this. Like that part is a little unique. That's a little weird, I think. Okay. Anyway, some Trump opponents turned into investigators. The fervor consumed X, TikTok, and other social media over the weekend, but the online energy was especially intense on Blue Sky. Many anti-Trump users who were repelled by Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter now now X, gravitated to Blue Sky as an alternative. And the site's algorithm surfaced posts from users fantasized about Trump passing away. The "Is Trump dead?" chatter felt all-consuming on Friday night, with people sharing jokes and memes of people dancing on a grave that didn't actually exist. David Dayen, friend of the show, David Dayen, executive editor of the American Prospect, referred to Trump's plan for a ballroom to be built at the White House and said, "The ballroom, it's a mausoleum." Popular liberal influencer known as JoJo from Jers observed the torn post and wrote, "Live your life in such a way that half the internet doesn't start planning block parties when you think you're dead, when they think you're dead." The incentives were clear. Memes and jokes at Trump's expense were rewarded with clicks, shares, and replies, in much the same way that MAGA media figures are incentivized to celebrate every move Trump makes. By Saturday, when Trump was seen by reporters and photographers, Democratic politicians started to dabble in the health speculation, knowing that it would garner attention. When Trump insulted Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker in a Truth Social post, Pritzker shot back on social media, saying, "Why don't you send everyone proof of life first?" Conservatives on X criticized Pritzker for doing so, citing the assassination attempts against Trump in 2024. Oh, God, conservatives are so fucking annoying. They're such smarmy little crybabies, bro. They are the biggest crybabies on the planet, and I can't stand these motherfuckers, okay? I cannot stand conservatives. They are so goddamn soy. They literally openly fantasize about killing not only like Joe Brandon, kidnapping Joe Brandon. Some of them actively actually engage in the process of trying to kidnap or assassinate politicians, like that one conservative, David DePipe, that tried to kill Nancy Pelosi and then ended up fucking hammering Paul Pelosi in the head. Like, they do all this shit. They do January 6th. They do all of this stuff. And then the moment that a liberal goes, "Hey, man, I really don't like the president, and if he's dead, then, like, that's a cause for celebration," they go, "Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! How dare you? Sir? Sir? Excuse me. That's an old man that's a grandfather. That's a grandfather with grandchildren. Oh God, typical so-called liberal woke leftists once again. So much for the tolerant left once again. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. I see what you're posting yesterday. I see what you're posting today. Half of your policies revolve around like making up made up fucking enemies in your mind and then somehow looping it back to killing Guatemalan migrants. And you're over here complaining that people are celebrating. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Jesus Christ. The official White House channel live stream is up. That means no more delays. Okay. I just don't understand like how these guys can behave. How these guys can behave like this. It's just so annoying. It's just so goddamn annoying. Anyway, over the weekend, as online sleuths scour photos of Trump for evidence of any frailty, the political scientist Ian Bremmer pointed out that obsessive scrutiny of a leader's health is a hallmark of authoritarian countries. I mean, it's true. That part is true, by the way. It's just something that I have experienced, and I never thought that I would experience it here in the United States of America. Like, when I was growing up, this was the meta, and it still is in Turkey. It's just so funny that now I'm 2 for 2, man. I'm 2 for 2, man. Grew up in fucking Turkey, saw this shit with my own 2 eyes. Now I'm experiencing it again. It's crazy. It's just going to be a massive letdown when people realize that he's not dead, though, or even like remotely sick. People will still probably lean in heavily on the conspiratorial side. I've seen like Blue Anon go crazy over it. Okay. So it's all your fault, dude. You need to move to Russia next. What do you mean? Russia is already there. What are we talking about? Russia is already there. Is it 2 Central Time? I think it's supposed to start now. Yeah. People are going to be fantasizing about like a body double type situation. I can see that. I can see that being like an angle here. I mean, I am noticing that this happened suspiciously close. Trump's sickness is suspiciously close to his close and personal limousine ride with a notorious poisoner, Vladimir Putin. It did happen like basically like 2 weeks ago. A little bit of Novacek, who knows? A little bit of fell out of the fucking natural cause of death, fell out of the window, fell out of the third story window type shit, you know? That's me. That's my Blue Anon. Blue Anabi. That's my Blue Anon conspiracy, okay? That's That's the one I'm going with. Agent Krasnov. Agent Krasnov has been terminated. His contract has been terminated. How? By putting, as some chatter said, putting Poison Ivy style lipstick on and then kissing him directly in the mouth in the limo. That's what he did. He put polonium on his lipstick and gave him the kiss of death. Natural defenestration. Yeah, sometimes when your contract is up, when you're a contracted hitter and your contract is up, they burn you, you know? They don't want you to be out there as a liability, revealing information about like your allegiances to FSB. Also, there is a Gamba. Will we have a new vice president today?
Thank you very much. It's a very important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say
he looks so healthy.
This group is every one of them. I rate a 10. I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama.
God,
we love
he's gonna
Alabama.
live forever.
I only won it by about 47 points.
He's gonna live forever.
I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it. Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force, Troy
said, I
Mink.
hate
Troy,
modern
thank
medicine.
you very
This
much.
sucks.
Great job you're doing, Troy.
It does.
This is such a big deal. This
sucks.
is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
What are the chatters saying? He's not doing a
Must have been
fantastic
to produce
job.
you indirectly.
Yes, he's healthy.
I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, is right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around.
Everyone is on cope mode. They're like, oh, this must be pre-recorded. Oh, this must be. He's reading. He's sticking to the script. That's unique. No, man, this is just.
Representatives Barry Moore.
Nothing happened to this motherfucker. Is crazy. Evil never dies, bro.
Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it.
Let's see if it takes some questions though.
We created, and I created, a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing.
My week is
the race
ruined.
in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Space Com headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration.
That's right,
and
Biden.
As you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections because that's what that means.
You do mail-in voting. You do mail-in voting. You have always voted by mail.
Com will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield. We're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and then we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Who cares?
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons,
I'm gonna be honest. If there was such a thing, of like being able to wish ill upon someone and like curse them, I think Trump would just get lasered on this fucking podium right now. Because there is maximum amount of attention and eyeballs, maximum amount of prayers and thoughts in the opposite direction right now, tuning in from perhaps all around the world and certainly in the United States of America. So it is yet another clear-cut indication that one, evil never dies, and two, the power of manifestation does not work, okay?
Will control the future of warfare.
Not to
today you're ensuring that happens.
Yuck anybody's yum here, but I mean, look at him.
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama.
I'm trying to get a peek.
This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called
powdery.
home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political.
Makeup on his hand
what
again.
we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our war fighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our war fighters.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day
this is
for
one of the
our country,
dumbest
not just
motherfuckers
for our
in
state of
Congress.
Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million.
Oh my God, that shit looks busted,
It'll
bro.
be behind a secure wall
Look
in
at
Huntsville,
that.
Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or 4
Look at
years
that.
about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the
Yeah, he
Donald
got hella
J.
makeup
Trump
on
Space Command Center
this
in
one.
Huntsville, Alabama.
Fake rubber
Mr.
hand. He got it
President, thank you. I'll be very
amputated.
brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure the Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama.
He
Thank
looks
you, sir.
just the same.
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Let me just say, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. And thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go, and like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Now we got
Thank
the
you, Mr.
glaze
President.
sesh.
Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to
Space is
Huntsville
the ultimate
is
high
absolutely
ground.
critical
Is
to our
very far
maintaining
up there.
dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense, to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, everyone is on board with the same meta. Look,
thank you, Mr. President.
You can still see that there's major discoloration on Trump's right hand. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of coping a little bit.
Was number one, and for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most
Bro,
important.
that is the
for our
craziest hairpiece
national
I've ever
security.
seen in my life,
the president
dude.
held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command.
Like, you ain't fooling nobody.
If y'all remember at the end of that competition,
This
where
right
Alabama
here,
came
this
in
right
first,
here is
there
a
was lot of
typical Southern dandy lad who's like, there. I don't know what his name is, but I assume this this is the classic like Southern dandy who has a woman's name and might actually be, you know, in the closet. Many such cases.
Decided to make it political.
Many such cases. This is a staple. This is a Southern staple right here.
Fair competition, and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it right.
Yeah, motherfuckers named like Peyton, Ashley, Lindsay.
So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just over the last few minutes literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago. And our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit
All
of
this stuff with fucking aerospace is a low-cost site.
We have a lot
That's
of
the
drugs
reason why
flowing
Boeing
into
has a
our
facility in
country, coming
Oklahoma
for a
and
long
shit.
time.
No, Alabama already is a big.
This
I'm
came
pretty
out of
sure Alabama
Venezuela
already has like a bunch of
coming
facilities
out
there
very heavily
anyway.
from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this.
It's
after
also
this
good for the
meeting is over.
colleges as
Do you have
well,
any
because
questions,
then it
please?
beefs up their engineering programs.
Yeah.
Oh, he took out a boat in Venezuela, he
The
said.
strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville.
Oh my God, he's gonna
Well, it
golf.
just
with-
works because we
he's
have
gonna
so
golf
much
with Tonkin
else
in
there.
it. He's gonna golf with
And
Tonkin in
having a
Venezuela.
central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different.
but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
He doesn't like that. He did not like that
1.3 million
question.
user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Oh, he does not like that. Don't tell Trump that people
I
hate
have
him.
heard it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports.
He hates
now,
that
you knew I
shit.
did an interview
It
that
reminds
lasted
me of
for
when he
about
saw
an hour
the
and a half with somebody, and
the
everybody saw that
Cybertruck.
was on
The Cybertruck
one of your
that Aiden Ross tried to
competitors.
give him.
I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, and I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend.
Of course
I
he
didn't
heard
hear
about
that
it.
one.
He was
That's pretty
lying when he said I
serious
didn't
stuff.
hear about it, but I heard about
Well,
it.
it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day.
Oh yeah,
I
extra
had heard
active.
that,
Okay,
but I
he was
didn't hear
dead.
it to
He was
that
dead.
extent. Go
They
ahead,
brought
Peter.
him back alive.
We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
What?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really I think nobody knows more about construction than me.
Mr.
You
President,
can build the
would you
construction
send
doors. You
the
can build
National
what
Guard
they
to
call
every
safety
school?
doors,
That's
where they lock
what
on
is
the
happening?
outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these
This country
lunatics
is so
happens to
damn
get
insane, bro.
through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military,
Bro, this isn't even access
that were
journalism chatter. This is
distinguished in
something
the
different. This is
military,
like
that were in the
propaganda
National
for dear
Guard,
leader
et cetera,
shit.
et cetera.
Okay, this
And,
is different. This is like
you let
Modi
them
used to do
carry.
this or still does
That's
this.
something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. I'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, and But I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have. There's something going on. And it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
If there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky, and what could those consequences
We're going
be?
to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week they lost 7,000 between the two countries. 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact.
Somewhat exact.
For no reason
that is a very
whatsoever. And they're
exact
Russian
number.
and they're Ukrainian, but they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say about, we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 killed, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. and he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with, they should have had the water coming down, like I said. You know, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to LA. It's so badly run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged, hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had, last week it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem. And we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem. And
Morning Joe was advocating for Pritzker to deploy the National Guard too, by the way. They're so insane over there. And MSNBC.
I saw it today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, who were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway.
It's so funny because, like, if I hadn't just gone to Southside Chicago recently, I feel like there would probably be a lot more people in here being like, oh, it is, I heard it's a war zone. But it's like, it couldn't be further from the fucking truth, man. It is so annoying.
One of the worst, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, you know, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, something, having a certain ability.
Have
Not
you
a person
seen
that
our
is
cops?
Woke. and
They're
got the
anything
job
but.
through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police. As you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting with, there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore.
What do you mean? That's
criminals.
definitely.
We took
every
many
city
people off
in
the
this
streets of
nation needs more
Washington,
housing.
DC. They're hardcore.
What
They're
these
not gonna be
guys
good.
unironically
In 10
point to
years,
with like
in
a
20
rise
years,
in
in 2
crime
years, they're gonna
is
be
just a
criminals.
rise
They're
in
gonna be- they were
homelessness.
born to be
And that is
criminals.
born out of
Frankly, they
housing
were
markets
born to
being
be criminals,
completely
and
busted in
they're
this
tough
goddamn country.
and mean,
That's it.
And they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place, and you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime. Do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser?
You have to realize, like, this is the logical
bipartisanship
conclusion of
in
like
matters
the
not only with
anti-crime
crime, but also issues that
and
matter to
the
everyday
anti-crime
American
panic
people's lives.
So
that
Mayor
Democrats
Bowser's
also
been
leaned
great.
into. Like, of
She
course you're
could
going to
have
use the
taken
military to
thing,
stop
well,
crime. If
then
your
after I
only
clean it up,
way
they'll
of
take
lowering
credit for it.
crime
You know
rates
what
is
they
by
do is
like
they take credit. Like,
incredible
we
amounts of
cleaned up
enforcement,
Los
militant
Angeles.
enforcement,
We did
then
a
yeah,
great job there.
it's a
And
natural
it was
conclusion that you
overwhelming
arrive at.
what was going on.
And I will say, I
And
think a
again,
lot of
the police
Americans are just
chief
like completely
made a
oblivious to
statement
how fucking
that
awful this shit
we
is.
could not have done. There's no way they could handle. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster.
Especially
We
because these
stopped
are
it cold.
blue cities where
If we didn't
black
do
people
that,
live, and therefore it's
would have
not
been
their
a very sad
backyard, so they
day.
don't give a
And,
shit.
remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great. He's not. We're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes. But the main thing is But he got up and said we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. We have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing. I don't need this heat, but when I watched television last night, and I'm
because
watching
it's
the news,
illegal,
and I
dude.
see
What the
that
fuck?
9 people were killed in Chicago, and 54 were badly wounded with bullets. I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this, I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country's the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is
these motherfuckers got more powerful over the weekend. I feel like he's just
$17 trillion of investment
unlimited
is
yap
coming
attack.
in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it, because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries. I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House, where a window is open to the residents upstairs, and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So,
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be, because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe from the renovations.
Why is fucking Peter Douchey walking up to the president in the middle of a goddamn press conference and showing him photos off of his goddamn phone? Like, what level of unprecedented access does regime media have here? That's crazy.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know, it works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it, because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
What you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court. Well, it certainly is. It certainly
And in
is.
fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs, because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it, because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow, because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now, and we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions
Trump
of dollars.
was shown by Douchey.
And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they signed. They're all happy. Everybody's happy.
Oh, this is the objects being thrown out of the window
whack
shit.
job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled was 11. They ruled 7-4.
This is what a lot of people were asking yesterday
one of the
as well.
most
I didn't
liberal
see
of
it.
them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that, because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes.
You don't
I'd love to
think you
do
can get
that.
enough
If we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And
We're going to talk about the attack on a
we
vessel
signed
by
a
the
deal
U.S.
with
Navy in
Japan.
a second.
They're paying
after
us
this is done.
hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea.
Donald Trump
We
is
signed a
merging the
deal
war
with
on terror with the war on drugs in
signed
an
a
effort
deal
to,
with Europe.
in an effort to expand the
those
permission
countries
structure
are
on
paying
what
us
the American government can and
$950
can't do.
billion,
This is
and
probably
they're
like
happy
a
about it. They're
test for
okay.
what we want to do in
As
Mexico
one
as
of them
well.
said,
It's terrifying.
It's amazing
we'll get to
that
it
we
in a
got
little
away
bit.
with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever
He's
went
war
against us,
maxing. Yeah, I
I
gotta
guess
pay.
we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
You talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her? NATO is concerned about her. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President.
Considering reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India?
No, we get along with India very well. But India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant.
You know what's really funny about this?
And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as
American
us.
manufacturing is
what
so
we're doing
limited
is,
that he has to talk about Harley
literally
Davidson
thousands
motorcycles.
of companies
That's how
are coming
little
into the
domestic
US,
manufacturing we
car
have.
companies,
That's
AI,
how limited
but,
our
traditionally car
domestic
companies.
manufacturing
We have so many
industry
car company
is. But it's
factored
like
for
F-150s,
being designed
Harley
right now.
Davidson,
And
poultry,
they're coming from China,
meat.
they're coming from Mexico, I must
That's
tell you,
it.
and they're coming from Canada. A lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here.
And
number
drones?
two,
No, we don't even
the
have
tariffs
drones
are
that
protecting them. And number
we have
three,
some drones, but it's
they want to
mostly
avoid
just
paying
like drones
tariffs
for
when they
war.
build their cars here.
China has a damn near monopoly on the drone market. I mean, DJI is like literally what 90% of all drones, like all commercial drones.
After the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and
So
violence?
religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. Then we'll get somebody else. I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple.
Again, he's a Floridian. He votes by mail. Okay, Utah also universal mail-in ballots. Like there are plenty of red states that have, just like Colorado, universal mail-in ballots. The notion that this is like somehow illegal or improper is ridiculous. He has voted by mail virtually every fucking election. I am losing my mind. Why does no one turn around and go, Mr. President, you vote by mail all the time? Mr. President, there are plenty of red states that also have universal ballot access and vote by mail.
They're no good at
Are those states where there's just no fraud happening? Is it only the blue states where fraud is happening? What's going on with this?
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, I mean, this. Go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from
No, they're not going to cut universal mail-in ballots from Utah. They're not going to. They're not targeting. They're doing state-specific targeting because they just want to limit access in blue states with the hopes that this will boost like the proportional voting of Republicans in said blue states.
That's why
that's what it's always been about.
It's because we have the resources necessary and
Republicans have always actively created a hysteria, a panic around this ridiculous notion that there are fraudulent voters. There are fake votes, okay? It's not real. American elections are incredibly secure, okay?
To get to work.
And there are a million different studies that have been conducted on this from Republican groups as well that also prove that American elections have been incredibly secure. But as is the case with everything else, they just like make shit up.
We need a
they
little
lie,
help from the
they
Fed.
create panic around it, and then they have to solve it by
Jerome Too Late Powell.
shutting off access to voting, making it as difficult as possible.
And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big, and I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did, but we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. You know, they've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no.
China parade, 7 p.m.
And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
Everyone on March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge. But very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said.
Parade mog.
The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, what do we learn from that? As I said, 1, evil never dies. 2, all of your hopes and your wishes of evil meeting divine intervention only powers these fucking demons, okay? It makes them more powerful than ever before. 3, Donald Trump is in tip-top shape, it seems. And I don't know. I don't know what the health complications of the health scare look like over the weekend. I certainly do believe that there was something going on. I mean, he doesn't just stop appearing on camera for an extended period of time for no fucking reason. And of course, that's not going to stop me from continuing to hyper scrutinize every single thing that he does and says. Okay. 15,000 people left after they saw him be alive. Yeah, I know. People came in. They thought they were going to see a clone of Donald Trump. When they saw that it was just Trump, they left. They were like, this fucking sucks.
We're taking questions from reporters. There's been a lot of questions out there swirling around. I'm doing a favor for those who voted for the president. We'll get into the politics and the national security. He talked about interest rates. He talked about tariffs. He also talked about the National Guard on the streets of Los Angeles. You know, we've talked about that lawsuit where a federal judge
Fox News is live. Let's take a look at their live reactions to Donald Trump being alive and well. They're probably doing victory laps here because the bar is very low for Fox News.
He also talked at length in his comments at the top, and then he went back around to this issue as well with regard to D.C. and the crime crackdown. With regard to Chicago, he said, we're going in. He said, we have every right to go in. He didn't say when that would happen, but he said...
I do think it's messed up that when Donald Trump says he's going to do something, he usually does follow through on it, no matter how far-fetched it comes across as initially. And things that were simply ideas or jokes even a couple of months ago become reality. Military deployment was something that a lot of people said would be unconscionable, illegal, unconstitutional. Now it's happening all around. It happened in the Capitol. Now he wants to do it in Chicago. Okay? This spells trouble for some of the other things that he has mentioned, like being a dictator, for example, or even joking about with Vladimir Zelensky, even joking about like, oh, you don't have to have an election if you have a war. That's good to know. Ha, ha, ha. That type of shit is not just like something that Donald Trump is just throwing out there for no reason. Okay? It means that there's at least a little bit of ambition in that direction. It's terrifying to think of, but, you know, something that you should expect.
So I'd say about 50 minutes. It started about 10 minutes before we came on the air here. So let's bring in Joey Jones, retired Marine Corps Staff Sergeant and Fox News contributor. Tommy Lahren, host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick and a Fox News contributor, and joining us right now. Thank you very much. Joey Jones, Tommy Lahren, and Jose Aristimuño. Good to have all of you with us. Joey Jones, let me start with you, if I may. You know, we're just getting a few little details about this Venezuelan operation, but we knew that there had been U.S. presence in the area and that the goal of that U.S. presence was to disrupt drug cartel activity coming out of Maduro's Venezuela. So what's your reaction as we start to get a little bit of detail on what happened here with this drug cartel boat that's been hit by U.S. forces, according to this?
Of course, my first reaction is obviously that's not a president that's sick or dying like we've heard for a couple of days. He's got a lot going on, and he just told us about it.
No surprise there. You take half a day off, it's like, where is he, right? Oh, there must be something wrong. And as you pointed out, Biden would be missing in action for days and weeks.
He's so old, though, even with good health. Has he even got a full 10 years left? Dude, what do you mean? These guys literally lived to 150, okay? I understand. This man has only lived on a fucking diet of Diet Coke and McDonald's burgers. His arteries are just lard. It's more lard than there's blood pumping through his fucking veins. Okay? I don't know how it works, but it works. This man unironically thinks he has a finite amount of energy in his body. He believes in the battery principle, that the human body is like a battery, and every single exercise that you engage with is actually shortening your lifespan. That's how insane he is. That's how unimaginably dumb this man is. That's how little he cares about his own personal health. But it doesn't matter. Okay? It reminds me of my grandfather, who obviously wasn't an evil man like Donald Trump is, but he smoked cigarettes, drank alcohol every day, and ate the worst food known to man. He lived till 92. That's just how it is. For some people, they just don't, they just kick the bucket at like 92 plus, even when they do all of the wrong things. Okay? And it seems to me like Donald Trump is one of those guys. He just has that, Then you got people who try to, health max to the best of their ability and try to do all the right things, and then they pass away from cancer or some shit like that.
What I heard from our president is, I want to partner with you. I want you to call me. I want you to ask me for my help, and I will gladly assist, because it is not inevitable. It is not inherent that we should have any city in America that is unsafe, where you have multiple shootings and multiple deaths over a holiday weekend. That is not inherent or inevitable. I want to help you. So now the ball is in the court for these governors and these mayors. Do you want help? Do you want to put your egos and your presidential ambitions aside and protect your constituents?
Dude, what happened to Tommy Lauren's nose? That's crazy.
Your choice to make.
Jose, it's so politically
what a career fall
interesting, this
off.
back and forth.
Tommy Lauren was like the top conservative pundit back when I was blowing up by actively criticizing all the dumb shit that she was saying in the first Trump administration. Her career was, she got back pocketed by Fox and has never recovered.
David.
Look, I agree. Now, let me just quickly, before I jump into the crime issue, what's happening in Venezuela as a Venezuelan American, I got to say I applaud the president in taking the leadership. Maduro is killing our American children because of the amount of drug that's coming in from Venezuela. So I invite the president and the Congress, Democrats and Republicans, we should up the bounty reward from $50 million to $100 million. And I think that would expedite, how fast we get Maduro out of Venezuela. So I applaud the president. On the crime issue, I think that's a losing, I got to tell you, Martha, it's a losing issue for Democrats, because crime is a bipartisan issue. If there's crime, we should admit it and we should work with the president. If the governor of Illinois takes up the president's word, what he just said, and said, look, Mr. President, come to Chicago, come to Illinois, let's work together, and he denies it, then it's a whole different issue. But this is an issue that Democrats need to come up with solutions. Instead of being against something all the damn time, be for something. There are issues that I disagree with the president, but this is not one of them.
I find what you just said
What
very
do you
interesting.
disagree with the president
And I wonder
on?
if Governor Pritzker
You're on a Fox
will
News
take him
panel. It can't
up
be
on
much.
this option to go to the White House or to invite him to Chicago to, get a look at what's going on and say, look, if you have fewer people shot, I think we can all agree that that would be a good thing. I mean, let me just go back to you, Joey Jones, on this, and then we're going to go to Peter Doocy at the White House. He has laid it out. Politically, it's very, very savvy as well to say, look, I want to help you. And then if they say no, you've really got an issue to run on there.
No, absolutely. Just a stat that should put a lot of things in perspective. In the state of Illinois alone, 83 children, people under the age of 18, die from gun violence every year. To put it in perspective, a little bit more than 200 have died in school.
Bro, it is crazy to me that when you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And America's only policy solution to many of the problems that Americans experience with daily frequency is just simply hammering it, okay? School shootings, send the military, send the National Guard. No gun control, okay? No gun control whatsoever. Can't have that. Send in the National Guard. Oh, do we have crime? Do we have a lot of crime in some of these major cities? Even though it's comparatively lower year over year, doesn't matter. Send in the National Guard. It's always militant enforcement. These are not long-term solutions to issues these are not long-term solutions to these issues. Like, these are issues. Crime is a problem. Poverty is a problem. It needs to be solved. Crime is born out of poverty. But no one wants to actually solve the problem. They just want to send in the National Guard. It is the logical conclusion of assuming that a militant deterrence mechanism is the only way to prevent crime from happening in a country that has some of the most violent policing, okay? If militant policing was a deterrent for crime, we already would have solved it. America's crime rates would be significantly lower than other nations. And yet, for some reason, it's not happening. That's it.
And we can't tell exactly who it is, throwing what looks like a trash bag out of it. So there are very, very few people in this country, in this world, who know the layout of the upstairs of the White House. And this is how he asked President Trump.
Oh, he's showing how he showed him the meme on his phone.
Maybe from the renovations.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. Yeah. So right here.
Do you think you'll finally be able to convince Cenk at Janksgiving that his crime stuff was dumb? No.
They're all sealed. You can't open them.
I think he's still fully on board with that crime shit.
I guess the lesson there is next time bring an iPad in case the vice president or the defense secretary want to see what.
Okay, I don't care about this. Anyway, so, yeah, a lot of people were excited at the prospect of him dying. It seems it's understandable that people feel that way. It's like a hallmark of countries that have repressive regime control. It's literally just a thing that I have personally experienced in my life, something that I felt in my life coming from Turkey. Seeing it in America is kind of funny. Like I said, 2 for 2, I'm beginning to feel like no matter where I go, this shit follows. Okay? I guess the silver lining is that Donald Trump's not dead, and therefore J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel's blood boy, is not forcibly taking over the government. and accelerating us in the direction of techno-feudalism that Peter Thiel wants to implement. Anyway, but Donald Trump is, like I said, trying to war max to the best of his ability. The U.S. conducted a lethal strike in southern Caribbean on a vessel which departed from Venezuela. They are basically combining the war on terror with the war on drugs. Okay, this is something that they're testing out for Mexico as well. And I do think that this is a terrifying prospect in general. I don't like where this is headed. You know, that's where we're going. You're stealing Nick Fuentes' talking points? Nick Fuentes' talking points? That's a fucking neo-Nazi, big dog. If you feel like I'm stealing his talking points, you should probably go check in with him. That is I've never actually experienced this accusation in my fucking career. That's crazy. Also, yeah, I don't think Nick Fuentes is against the utilization of the National Guard to fix the fucking quote unquote crime problem. What the fuck? Anyway, and that's where we're at. In every single circumstance, the American government loves pushing the wrong solutions. In many instances, they even make up the incidents themselves to determine how to solve these the hysteria that they have created. Okay? As far as like immigrant crime, this is a great example of this. The notion that migrants, undocumented migrants, are responsible for a larger share of crime than natural-born U.S. citizens is false. It is actually the exact opposite. And yet they kept repeating it over and over again until basically everybody decided this was the truth. And then once they created this hysteria, they had to fix it. A problem that doesn't exist, right? A problem that is not real at all. This doesn't mean that like undocumented migrants do zero crimes. Of course, everybody does crimes. But the reason why I stress this, the reason why I mention this is because if there is no significant major undocumented migrant crime actually happening, but they're consistently claiming that there is one, then what do? They use that as a just cause to deport as many migrants as possible. Migrants that aren't doing anything wrong. They're just simply existing. Migrants that have actually experienced injustice in the form of not having their documentation properly processed and cleared in a timely manner. That's precisely the reason why none of the motherfuckers that you see getting deported right now, having their heads shaven, are actually rugged criminals at all. That's it. They're not. They're just getting apprehended at their court case, at their immigration court hearings. They're getting ripped away from their families. They're getting raided at the Home Depot parking lot. You think they're getting raided at farms? You think MS-13, these decapitators are standing around in a fucking Home Depot parking lot trying to work for $100 a day? What are you, crazy? That's not happening at all. So what happened? I thought we were arresting and prosecuting and deporting all of these major criminals. Turns out that's not the case. And the same goes for this Venezuela apprehension. Like there's military movement happening in the direction of Venezuela. Donald Trump, for some reason, out of like all of the more authoritarian strongman leaders around the globe, has a lot of smoke for Maduro, right? I don't know what it is, because given his like reverence for a lot of other popular and even unpopular strongmen around the world, for some reason he just does not like Maduro. I don't know what it is. He's just never liked Maduro. Maybe it's oil. Maybe that's the reason. He's just like selfishly holding on to all of these sweet, juicy oil, these Venezuelan oil. The Venezuelan oil. It's not. I don't think it's a Marco Rubio influence, because he doesn't respect Marco Rubio and did it in this first term, but he still shat all over Maduro a lot. He's the Mexican one. Nope, that doesn't work either. He liked AMLO. He had a cordial relationship with AMLO. He has a cordial relationship with Claudia Sheinbaum. So that doesn't make a lot of sense either. Okay. Also, Jair Bolsonaro is brown, and he fucking loves that dipshit. And we'll obviously talk about that too. But for some reason, they've been egging on this war initiative, rolling out a war initiative against Venezuela. And Rubio just put this out from Phil Stewart at Reuters. The U.S. military conducted a lethal strike in the southern Caribbean against a drug vessel which had departed from Venezuela and was being operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization. As far as I understand, Venezuela is not a significant hub for drug trafficking. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I've never really seen Venezuela be a significant hub for drug trafficking from Southern America. The continent, are there a lot of drugs there? Certainly. Do they make their way up to North America? Certainly. But as far as like Venezuela being like a narco state, that's not exactly the case. So I think it's just a pretense that they're utilizing. But yeah, the United States uses a fabricated, this is from the People's Dispatch. I assume this is a trot paper, but who knows? The deployment of ships and troops to the Caribbean is a part of a larger offensive by Trump administration alleging Venezuela plays a central role in drug trafficking, contradicting reports from the United States and international agencies. Wait, what is People's Dispatch? In the last year, United States government agencies began to repeat the name Trendaragua as if it were the new Al-Qaeda. And yeah, that was another domestic way to tackle the Venezuelan crime issue, which is interesting because Donald Trump, for political purposes, had actually opened up the floodgates of asylum for Venezuelan migrants and gave them TPS, temporary protected status, as he did with the Haitian migrants as well. And what's interesting about this is that despite the fact that he did that and also continued the temporary protected, extended the TPS provisions for Venezuelan migrants, even on his way out, he then turned around and used the existing new wave of Venezuelan migrants to claim that all of the Venezuelan migrants were actually now a part of a new criminal enterprise, one that is similar to MS-13, Trendaragua. Trendaragua, as far as Trendaragua goes, it's nowhere near as competent or as vast or has like a criminal network that is anywhere near MS-13. That's not correct at all. It's just like another fucking prison gang. It was just used as a pretext to handle domestic, basically like target Venezuelans deliberately. But they declared Trendaragua then in January 2025 a foreign terrorist organization. And in March, the administration invoked the Alien Enemies Act to warn against the invasion of the United States by Trendaragua. Literally just made up. Okay, they made it up. It's not like a super significant gang at all. It's just this isn't to say that there aren't gangs, like gangs that revolve around the narcotics trade, gangs that have actually collaborated throughout history with the American State Department as well, both in like opening up logistics, supply chains or supply lines that go directly into the American markets in exchange for weapons usually. So like the notion that Trendaragua is anywhere near as competent as like even MS-13 or the Zetas or any number of different like Mexican cartels, for example, is ridiculous. Okay, but in the U.S. State Department in February 2025, this is off of Vijay Prasad's reporting on People's Dispatch. The U.S. State Department in February 2025 had declared the Trendaragua was an international drug cartel on par with such already recognized cartels as Mexican Las Zetas, now known as Cartel Noreste, Sinaloa, and Jalisco cartels, as well as the Mara Salvatrucha, MS-13, that was formed in Los Angeles and has now taken root in El Salvador thanks to a decades-long U.S. deportation policy. Unlike Trendaragua, these other cartels are well known and their work has been frequently documented by the DEA. The most recent DEA report for 2025 confirms several facts about the drug cartels that traffic vast amounts of drugs, from cocaine to fentanyl, into the United States. Salvatrucha? Did I say it wrong? Okay, whatever. It's MS-13. It's MS-13. Chucha? Salvatrucha. Okay. Sorry. I've been reading too much Hebrew names and shit. So I'm hitting the Salvatruch Hamas. Okay. In any case, since 2019, the DEA and other agencies have tracked the movement of lethal drugs being carted via the Caribbean and Central American landline to the Pacific Ocean route. Drugs leave the ports of Peru, Esmeraldas in Ecuador, and Buenaventura in Colombia for the ports such as Puerto Escondido in Mexico before they are carted into the U.S. market. Over 80% of the lethal drugs that go along the Pacific coastline, according to the United Nations World Drug Report 2025, while only just about 10% go across the Caribbean Sea. For a very long time now, the DEA has made the accurate assessment that most of the drugs entering the United States come from the Andes, Central America, and Mexico. So what does Tren have to do with any of this, since it's a prison gang created inside of a Tocaron prison in central Venezuela, about 150 kilometers away from Caracas? The gang was created in 2012 by Hector Rushtonford Nino Guerrero Flores, a convicted criminal who escaped from prison in 2023 and has not been seen since. Nino Guerrero's gang, Tren de Aragua, is accused of taking advantage of the migration out of Venezuela to build its network in the United States and elsewhere across Latin America to expand its trafficking opportunities through this migration web. However, it is more than likely that the actual network does not exist, but that former Tren de Aragua members have consolidated themselves as nodes for criminal activity in different places. Guerrero is wanted in Venezuela and has a migration alert from Chile, where he is believed to have taken refuge amongst 500,000 Venezuelans living in the southern cone country. The United States government has targeted Tren de Aragua and Guerrero, offering a $12 million bounty in reward for his arrest, but Guerrero is nowhere to be found. Okay? So how does the United States government go from a legitimate concern for the entry of drugs in the country to sending 7 U.S. warships and 1 nuclear-powered submarine to encircle Venezuela for an enhanced counter-narcotics operation? It is basically building a mountain out of a molehill by packaging up real existing criminal networks of drug trafficking as a just cause to encircle a foreign adversary with juicy, delicious oil, with natural resources that we would like to extract with foreign corporations. Okay? That's it. That's it. Every single thing that the American government does, and you've seen this with Israel, you've seen this with Iran, is basically a relitigation of the weapons of mass destruction in different formats. Okay? That's it. The actual goals that they have in mind are a regime change and extraction of natural resources in the hands of foreign profiteers. But the way to do that is by war. The way to do that is by military occupation. If covert destabilization initiatives fail, and they have failed time and time again, Maduro has been able to withstand all of these foreign interventions in spite of his own personal unpopularity in Venezuela, due to his mismanagement and his incompetence and his brutality as well, alongside the choking of the Venezuelan economy, a deliberate attempt by the Trump administration at Trump 1, and then continued along with the Joe Biden administration's implemented sanctions regime. Hassan, look at this. Hank Green talk about you.
Let me be the...
What? Okay, we're not going to do that right now. We'll do that later. So ultimately, the real goal is oil, or at least part of the goal is oil. And the way to do that is by destabilization. And if destabilization doesn't work, military occupation. And the way to justify military occupation on a permanent war against a foreign adversary is by doing this shit, by trying to find any reason whatsoever to push for more military encirclement, encroachment, and then maybe even create a security incident. That's why I said it's like Gulf of Tonkin. You start putting Navy vessels around the Venezuelan coastline, and then inevitably there is going to be some kind of back and forth. When that back and forth takes place, then you go, see, this is an international incident. This is an international incident. They have attacked our big, beautiful Navy. What the fuck was the Navy doing there in the first place? Oh, that's right, to find this devious cartel operation. How will these warships, which are just outside the Venezuelan sea boundary, do anything to either catch Guerrero or stop Tren de Aragua or prevent cartels from carrying drugs to the United States? Guerrero is most likely not in Venezuela. His gang operates across Latin America and in the United States, and most of the drugs are carted through the Pacific Ocean and not the Caribbean Sea. So what are these warships doing off Venezuela's coastline, even though the U.S. says that they are on an anti-cartel mission? In April 2025, the United States increased its awards for the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro from 25 to 50 million. The reason given for this increased bounty is that the U.S. accuses Maduro of being the leader of the cartel of the Suns, Cartel de los Soles. The term Cartel of the Suns was first used in 1993 to describe the activity of some senior military officers and anti-narcotic officials in the drug trade. This was long before the entry of Hugo Chavez into the presidential palace in 1999. The term was used because of the solar symbol on the uniforms of high-ranking Venezuelan army officers. Okay? There was no actual cartel. After Chavez's death, several exiled Venezuelan journalists wrote books picking up on Marcano's observation about the Suns, but now arguing that there was an organized cartel and not just some corrupt officers. Central among these books is Hector Landeata's Chavismo, Narcotráfico y Militares, Chavismo, drug trafficking in the military. So they're just building up on pre-existing metas to claim that the leader of Venezuela currently, Maduro, is also continuing along with this like drug trafficking, I guess. But ultimately, there is no evidence whatsoever that has been presented that Venezuela is a major hub for drug trafficking, and this is coming from the DEA's own assessment and coming from international organizations that actively look into where the known networks known networks and known supply lines for drugs actually exist. So that is where we're at. Just like I said, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And there's crime in Chicago. So what must we do? We must send in the military. You want, we have one speed, and that is the utilization of the military. This is like a typical dying empire shit. Anyway, let's get back to the domestic issues here. As Big Boy Pritzker, J.B. Pritzker, speaks, as Trump says he's sending troops to Chicago. Okay, he's speaking like a demon. Hold on.
That the President of the United States likes to go on television and beg me to call and ask him for troops. I find this extraordinarily strange, as Chicago does not want troops on our streets. I also have experience asking the President for assistance, just to have the rug pulled out from underneath me when execution meets reality. I refuse to play a reality game show with Donald Trump again. What I want are the federal dollars that have been promised to Illinois and Chicago for violence prevention programs that have proven to work. That is money that Illinois taxpayers send to the federal government, and it's an insult to any and every citizen to suggest that any governor should have to beg the president of any political party for resources owed their people. I'd like to ask a question of my own, and it's one the press should be asking as well. When did we become a country where it's okay for the U.S. president to insist on national television that a state should call him to beg for anything, especially something we don't want? Have we truly lost all sense of sanity in this nation, that we treat this as normal? As I have done since becoming governor, I've been reflecting on my responsibilities to the people of Illinois. And one of those duties is to share with the public exactly what we know. In the coming days, we expect to see what has played out in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. to happen here in Chicago. First, Donald Trump is positioning armed federal agents and staging military vehicles on federal property, such as the Great Lakes Naval Base. It is likely those agents will be with ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, the Department of Homeland Security, and other similarly situated federal agencies. Many of these individuals are being relocated from Los Angeles for deployment in Chicago. We believe that staging that has already begun started yesterday and continues into today. Second, unidentifiable agents in unmarked vehicles with masks are planning to raid Latino communities and say they're targeting violent criminals. As we saw in Los Angeles, a very, very small
over the conflict of the
percentage
oil block that has been awarded to Exxon. Venezuela is trying to claim a large portion. This is the U.S.
Instead, we're
defending
likely to
Exxon's
see
interest. That
videos
does
of them
make sense.
hauling away mothers and fathers,
And
traveling.
it's shitty because, like, Venezuela has no right to Guyana's national resources either. So, like, when he tried to do that shit, when Maduro tried to pull that shit, a lot of people were understandably frustrated by it as well. Like, other Latin American countries were very upset at that move as well.
We have reason to believe that Stephen Miller chose the month of September to come to Chicago because of celebrations around Mexican Independence Day that happen here every year. It breaks my heart to report that we have been told ICE will try and disrupt community picnics and peaceful parades. Let's be clear, the terror and cruelty is the point, not the safety of anyone living here. Third, as lawful citizens exercise their First Amendment rights, Trump and his team will be looking for any excuse to put active duty military on our streets, supposedly to protect ICE. We have reason to believe that the Trump administration has already begun staging the Texas National Guard for deployment in Illinois. I want to be very clear on this point, and I want to speak directly to the press right now. We know before anything has happened here that the Trump plan is to use any excuse to deploy
also,
armed
as far as like extraction contracts goes, like you're saying, U.S. resumes imports of Venezuelan oil under new license to Chevron.
Trump will try
that doesn't mean that they don't benefit from further encroachment or further destabilization. Because remember, if you look at Iran, right, the Iranian initiative by Mossadegh was not to like completely fucking take over their own oil refineries and control every aspect of the oil refinement process. It was simply to recalculate how much the British were fucking them. And even that was a bridge too far for Western interests. So like these guys don't even want like a 50-50 split when they deserve even a smaller percentage than a 50-50 split. So as far as like Venezuelan oil entering the international market through American agencies, that's still not good enough for our profit seekers.
Of ICE in Los Angeles, and he's been sent here to do the very same thing. Go look at his social media. He terrorizes innocent people and then posts on TikTok edits of himself. Apparently, this is a Trump administration norm, because the last time we saw staged major ICE raids in Chicago, they sent Dr. Phil here to embed with the agents so he could get views and likes for his social media.
Asmongold.
When Bovino pulled these stunts in LA, people got hurt. 2 innocent people died trying to flee his masked agents. ICE opened fire on a vehicle without dangerous provocation.
That's true.
They detained a disabled 15-year-old, drew their guns on him. They have ripped mothers away from their babies and handcuffed 10-year-olds. In Washington, they pulled over firefighters headed to fight an actual wildfire and detained 2 of the firefighters on duty in that effort. And they want to bring all of that to Chicago. During one of Bovino's raids, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol's own data indicated that their officers had no prior knowledge of criminal or immigration history for 77 of the 78 people arrested. Again, this is not about crime. More and more reports around these raids include people who were stopped.
This isn't to say that I think J.B. Pritzker is like the best politician in the country. He is a billionaire after all, and he has his own weaknesses. But I will say he is far better, in my opinion, than fucking Gavin Newsom. Okay?
And pass a comprehensive immigration bill.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I live under the... Maybe this is like a West Bank versus Gaza opinion on Hamas leadership. Where, like, because I live in California under the oppressive thumb of gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, I look fondly at J.B. Pritzker as the governor of Illinois. Maybe people in Illinois could tell me that they could tell me that he's actually worse, but I promise you, he is better than Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom has set a very low bar to begin with, but J.B. Pritzker clears it.
I have to deal in facts, and here they are. Crime is down in Chicago. Murders are down by almost 50% in the last 4 years. Shootings are down 57%. Robberies down 34%. Burglaries down 21%. Motor vehicle thefts down 26%. One violent crime is too many, and we have more work to do. But we have made important progress on safety that Trump is now jeopardizing. Just during the last week, I've been in neighborhoods across Chicago, from Bronzeville to South Shore to Chatham to Little Village. The president's absurd characterizations do not match what is happening on the ground here. He has no idea what he's talking about. There is no emergency that warrants deployment of troops. He is insulting the people of Chicago by calling our home a hellhole. And anyone who takes his word at face value is insulting Chicagoans too. Crime is a reality that we all take seriously, me especially. I've held the hands of grieving mothers who have lost their kids to gun violence. I've been in consistent contact with law enforcement and managed our state through some of its toughest moments. That has informed our comprehensive, evidence-based approach to crime, hiring more police officers and giving them more funding, gun and drug and gang interdiction, investing in community violence intervention, mental health supports, more substance use treatment. Those programs have shown real progress. Then you know what happened? Donald Trump and his Republican allies in Congress cut those programs because they are unserious people who seem to know nothing about fighting crime. We are ready to fight troop deployments in court, and we will do everything possible to ensure that agents operating inside the confines of this state do so in a legal and ethical manner. To Chicagoans, what you can do is look out for your communities and your neighbors. Know your rights. Film things that you see happening in your neighborhoods and your streets and share them with the news media. Authoritarians thrive on your silence. Be loud for America. To everyone listening, but most especially to the press, I refuse to pretend that any of this is normal. I refuse to concede that the abject cruelty that we're seeing play out with the execution of Trump and Stephen Miller's policies are okay or justified. I refuse to fall into the pundit trap that demands we sacrifice vital constitutional rights if it's being done in the fake guise of fighting crime. Because, as I said 6 months ago in my State of the State address, any rational person who has spent even the most minimal amount of time studying human history has to ask themselves on one important question. Once they get the citizens of this nation comfortable with the current atrocities committed under the color of law, what comes next? Now I'd like to turn the podium over to the mayor of the city of Chicago, Brandon Johnson.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, President Preckwinkle.
Damn,
Right,
they were like, we don't give a fuck about Brandon
Pritzker,
Johnson.
the governor of Illinois, responding directly to President Trump, who earlier today had invoked Pritzker's name at a press conference, saying that Pritzker should call him and ask him for help fighting crime on the streets of Chicago. J.B. Pritzker saying that I will not call President Trump, he says. He said that Chicago does not want troops on our streets. That, of course, in response to what the president said. He said earlier today, quote, "We're going in," and that it was just a matter of time. We are actually going to go back to the press conference and listen in a little bit to what the mayor of Chicago is saying in response to all of this from the president.
In our city, we need the federal government to stop the endless flow of guns into our state and into our city. Chicago police officers have taken more than 24,000 guns, illegal guns, off the streets of Chicago since I've taken office. Over 24,000 illegal guns taken off the streets of Chicago since I've been in office. They have worked hard every single day to make our city safer, and they've made historic progress. However, we will never be able to end gun violence in Chicago as long as the president
talk about Turkey genocides instead of always talking about Israel. You love to talk about Israel and genocide. How about your parents in which you are descended to, Turkey? Talk about Turkey genocides instead of always talking about Israel. Yeah, unlike you, I do talk about that. Not that that has anything to do with the ongoing live streamed Holocaust that Israel is committing
Mississippi.
with my tax
They are
dollars.
coming from Louisiana. And that is the harsh reality, whether Republicans like it or not. Occupying our city will do nothing to solve this problem. No matter how much work we do or how hard we work, whether it's expanding our Detectives Bureau, investing in community violence intervention, and addressing the root causes of crime, none of it will ever be enough until the president decides to end the mass trafficking of guns in our city. For every gun that the Chicago Police Department fights to get off the streets, 2 or 3 more new guns come into our city. Chicago will continue to have a violence problem as long as red states continue to have a gun problem. Shootings will continue as long as this presidential administration continues to put politics over people. We have sued Glock over their semi-automatic guns that are easily converted into automatic weapons.
Okay, I'm done with this. Bro, what is this hand? I already showed you this. We already clocked in on this too. He's not looking too great. Okay. Yeah, he still has that. He still has that fucking bruising, and it's clear that it's like not just a handshake bruise, right? It's just he's looking swole. That's liquid Snake's hand, bro. Yeah. His other hand looks red and bloated. Yeah, I mean, that's just how his ugly ass hands look in general, I think. But why can't he afford a proper makeup artist? I think with that level of scrutiny, it doesn't matter, right? Anyway, this is also another thing that the media is doing. 54 shot over the weekend in Chicago as governor rejects Trump's threat to send in National Guard. This is ABC News, right? ABC News is revealing this information. Like it's newsworthy to talk about 54 people being shot over the weekend in Chicago, right? It's a very there's a lot of gun violence that takes place. But packaging that as though the only solution to this is Trump's ridiculous threat to send in the National Guard to Chicago, as though that's the only solution, and that the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, is actually refusing to take on this solution, well, that's editorializing a headline, okay? This basically is stating, 1, crime is completely out of control in Chicago, and 2, isn't Trump right about wanting to solve crime with the National Guard? This looks like a headline directly ripped from Fox News. They updated the headline. 58 shot over Labor Day weekend in Chicago as governor rejects Trump's threat to send in National Guard. Trump continued to criticize the governor's handling of crime. This is consent being manufactured in real time to deploy the military. Okay? Now, is especially like weekends such as this one, like long weekends such as this one, are they particularly bloody? Absolutely. Okay, is this a major issue? Yes. No one's going to sit here and be like, no, that's normal, it happens, okay? It's literally lower than previous years, but it doesn't matter. That's still a fucking issue, right? That's still a major issue. But the idea that all of these people that are living in these neighborhoods are like begging Trump to send in the National Guard is ridiculous. The idea that like Chicago is a crime-ridden hellhole, the idea that Chicago is a crime-ridden hellhole, it's on fire, is also ridiculous. Okay? The problem here is that these guys are not even remotely invested in trying to find long-term solutions to issues like this. And instead, they focus on what an immediate aesthetic solution would look like, which is further military encroachment, utilizing the military as a domestic police force, which is unconstitutional in and of itself, and also more militant response. If a militant response was successful in curbing crime, in stopping crime altogether, or even lowering the rate of crime, then the American police force, that is the most militant police force on the planet in all of the developed nations, would have already eradicated crime. That's it. But here is Morning Joe, once again, never Trump Republicans, not a real constituency at all, representing an outsized voice within the supposed Democrat Party's base and talking about how it's actually a good thing that Trump wants to send the National Guard. Let's take a look.
See this, as you say, we've been reading about this for years now. Every weekend, and maybe crime has gone down. But, you know, we had the mayor of Chicago on last week saying, oh, we don't need any more police officers. Police officers aren't the answer. No police officers. You know, I think he said no 5 times. You look what's happening.
No police officers is not what any mayor has ever said in the history of mayors, okay? The notion that, like, a mayor in a major American city would say, we don't need any police officers, actually. We don't want any cops whatsoever is so fucking stupid. It's insulting the intelligence of the 78-year-olds that are watching right now.
This weekend, you look so, you know, I actually think that J.B. Pritzker should do something radical. I think he should pick up the phone, call the president, and say, you know and I know you don't have the constitutional authority to deploy the National Guard here and to police my you can do that in D.C., you can't do that in Chicago. But let's partner up. These are the most dangerous parts of my state. We would love to figure out how to have a partnership that's constitutional, that respects the sort of balance of federalism between the federal government and the state government. And let's work together to save lives. Because right now, just hey, nothing to see here moving along. No problem here. Hey, Donald Trump, we don't need you. And, you know, the mayor talking about we're going to protect people's dignity in our city. Well, protect their lives. That's protecting their dignity. You know, it would be radical for us to figure out a way to actually do what I've been saying from the very beginning on Washington, and that is seeing
Yeah, Morning Joe, remember, was calling him a fascist in the lead up to the election, saying how dangerous fascism would look like in America, only to, in the immediate aftermath of the election, go to Mar-a-Lago and kiss his fucking ring. So obviously, we already know that these guys are entirely compromised. Highest gun violence stats per state, 1 Mississippi, 2 Louisiana, 3 Alabama. It don't matter, because the solution there isn't also to go there with the military and have a constant presence as the military. That's not a solution at all. That brings in additional complications. These guys are not tasked with domestic policing, okay? They're not. They don't have the proper tools. Like, our current existing police force is barely competent, and I would say incredibly violent and incredibly incompetent when it comes to domestic law enforcement. Now you got a bunch of National Guards people who don't have any training whatsoever, just walking around with lethal weapons, automatic machine guns on the fucking streets of major American metropolitan areas. Like, it just is crazy. All crime, for the most part, is born out of material conditions, born out of poverty being in proximity to wealth. That's how crime happens. And the solution to that is to cut down on the poverty, to improve people's material conditions. That's how you're supposed to do it. I mean, obviously, with like more militant enforcement, you can put a dent in the crime rate, right? But that's not a consistent way to deal with the issue. And it's not a real holistic way of dealing with the issue at all. It's no different than just like brushing it aside. It's no different than like, instead of homelessness, for example, instead of tackling homelessness at the root cause, which is an unstable, increasingly costly housing market that is pricing people out of their homes and forcing them into homelessness, instead of fixing that issue and building more housing, building free housing, public housing, right? What we do is more militant enforcement against the homeless, camp clearances, taking away their shit and discarding them, or just like pushing them beyond the city limits, right? But the problem doesn't go away. You just don't see it as much when you do that, right? We just arrest them, we throw them in jail, and we just hope God sorts it out. That's not a solution. You didn't solve the problem at all. You just pushed it away. You just made it somebody else's problem, as a matter of fact. And this is exactly the same shit. This is exactly the same thing. And in some instances, the military's utilization is quite literally to pack up the homeless as well. It's very frustrating to have to deal with this over and over again, and to look at like a short-term limit on I don't know, murders in like a 2-week period or something, to be like, oh, see, it succeeded, it worked.
Politicians creating partnerships that protect their people. Leaders in Chicago.
But unfortunately, because a lot of these fucking dipshits are rich assholes, they don't think about it. They don't think about like the real ways in which crime manifests. Okay? And a big component for why the National Guard is being deployed, or why the federal police is operating in these cities, is to literally terrify the migrant populations as well. These cities are run by said migrant populations. Instead of giving them the proper authorization to exist on U.S. soil, as they have for decades in most circumstances, we're just ripping them apart. We are just trying to pack them up and deport them expeditiously. It is incredibly cruel. It is incredibly fucked up. And the only reason why Trump is even attempting to do this is so that he can satisfy his white nativist base of support. Some of the dumbest, most racist fuckers out there are cackling like hyenas, demanding more of this kind of enforcement. It makes them feel good. And for Trump's purposes, and for like Republican purposes, and even sometimes Democrat Party purposes, this makes people feel like at least some of the things that they're demanding, they are getting. That's it. Human beings, and the cruelty that they experience for not having the proper work clearance or the proper documentation in this country is like this violent enforcement against them is simply just a talking point for a lot of these people to satisfy their fucking needs. Okay? To satisfy their appetite, to make it seem as though the Trump administration is doing something, when in fact, if they were to actually tackle the issue of affordability, or if they were to actually tackle the issue of the housing crisis, well, one, they would also end up successfully having to deal with the housing market that creates more homeless people anyway, and also simultaneously alleviate some of these pressures that many Americans experience in this day and age. But that's too difficult to do, because this entire nation is designed to protect the interests of capital owners. And home ownership is a mechanism for that. Home ownership is seen as like the only way to have a nest egg, the only way to have some kind of capital that you can give to your next of kin. It's too powerful of an interest for the American government to actively undermine. So instead of doing that, we just keep packing up homeless people, moving them elsewhere, and we keep packing up immigrants and making it seem like the government is actually doing something that they promised that they would do. Meanwhile, none of this solves the issues at hand. The problems persist.
I grant you they're separate pots, but do you believe it's wrong for the president to send ICPB? Because the Democrats in Chicago don't want any of it for some reason.
Oh, I'm not here to defend the Democrats in Chicago. They suck too. My only point is that there are constitutional rules and prerogatives here that the president has made really clear he doesn't give a rat's ass about. And neither do a lot of the people who just simply say because he wants to do it, therefore he should be able to do it because he's declared a crisis. And as the president said, I'm the president of the United States, I can do whatever the hell I want. That is not what we have in this country.
Well, he is saying that he believes it is his responsibility when there is an emergency in the country to try to respond to that emergency. And what he has also said is that these Democrats should be asking him for help. And by the way, what's happening in Washington right now, I think, shows what could happen when some local person, even a Democrat, says, actually, you know what, this is a good thing. So,
but I stipulate he has the constitutional authority to do it in D.C., right? He doesn't have the constitutional authority.
Why would a Democrat resist?
That's a different question. That's a fair question.
No, here's the question. How is it an emergency when you have people who are showing up for legal hearings to adjudicate their status and about their citizenship and their ability to stay here, and they are being grabbed out of hallways and taken to rooms where people don't know what's happening to them? How is that an emergency?
Well, it is an emergency that we have millions upon millions upon millions of illegal immigrants in this country that were let into the country through open borders, and now we have to try to get them out. It is, I mean, our view is it's absolutely an emergency.
I don't know. I have a friend who has on her wall her great-grandfather's emancipation papers from the 1850s. And he had to carry those papers around because at any point he could be picked up because of the color of his skin.
You're comparing slaves to illegal immigrants?
I am saying, when you watch some of the video of people being taken down on the streets of Washington, D.C. and carted off, which look an awful lot like this is just happening from people because of what they look like.
That is very concerning to me, and it feels a lot like they are being targeted because of what they look like and who they are, not because of what they've done.
All right, we're going to push pause here on this conversation because I do want to bring in the former Democratic mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. Madam Mayor, thank you very much for being here. This obviously, we've been talking about the constitutionality of what's going on, Chicago being different than Washington, D.C. I want to ask you about what the president says is a major problem for people who live in the city of Chicago. He has said to them, hey, you don't have to live like this. I know crime was a significant issue when you ran the city. What do you say to the president of the United States about this? What do you say to residents of Chicago who may be concerned about crime?
Listen, let's be clear. This is never about violent crime. It's not going to be about violent crime. I'm sitting in a studio that is 1 block away from Trump Tower. They're charging $800 a night for a room. They couldn't be as bold and audacious to charge that kind of amount if this was a hellscape, if this was a killing field. So it's not about violent crime. This is about two things. It's about power and it's about money. He wants to exercise his power. He wants to scare the heck out of immigrant communities, and he wants to use the pretext of the National Guard or the military coming in to Chicago to boost up the ICE numbers. But one thing I want to be clear about, we got a ruling today in San Francisco from a federal judge that said the pretense of sending in the troops into LA was just that. And we had lawyers defending that administration that clearly put on perjured testimony about the farce and the factual basis for doing it. If he comes to Chicago, he's going to be in court. And he's going to be sued by the state, he's going to be sued by the city, and I believe that there will be private interests that also sue him. This is not about violent crime, and I don't think we should pretend that this manufactured crisis and his attempt to provoke people in Chicago is legitimate exercise of power. It is not. Coming into Chicago...
I already covered the Venezuelan drug situation, the carrier strikes against the drug cartels. Okay? Stop spamming it in the chat.
If he really cared about violent crime, go after the gun manufacturers who are just mass producing these weapons and have no liability or accountability. Go after the gun stores that know that they're selling to straw purchasers that flood into our city. Pass common sense gun reform that we have been begging for decades. Those are the kinds of things that actually would make a meaningful difference in violent crime. He's not talking about any of those things. He will not do any of those things because this is not about violent crime. It's about something else.
Before I let you go, Madam Mayor, I know we've obviously taken up quite a bit of your time as we watched that press conference together. But I think I would just ask you, I take your point that for the president, you believe he has many other reasons, here for doing what he's doing. The crime rate in Chicago remains what it is. The crime rate here in Washington, D.C. Remained what it is. What is the answer to getting that crime? Why can't local officials get that crime rate down? I mean, do you need more cops on the streets?
Listen, the crime rate has gone down. You heard the numbers of
This is it. This is the reason why Americans are so excited at the prospect of like militant enforcement. Okay, that's it. Because a lot of liberals in positions of power also do believe that like the only way to eradicate crime is by promoting a more militant solution. Okay, so if the left flank of the media is also doing this shit, then why wouldn't Trump escalate? Why wouldn't Trump use the military? It makes total sense. If you believe that the only way to stop crime, if you believe the only crime prevention, the long-term solution to crime is more violence in the hands of the state, then of course you're going to say the military is a good thing. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why wouldn't you? And what's interesting about it is that, like, while they are creating the permission structure for these kinds of actions, they're also simultaneously trying to criticize it from some fucking shaky constitutional basis. Nobody gives a fuck about the Constitution anymore, okay? Trump gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. He already said it. I'm the president. If I want it, it's going to happen. And there is nothing you can say about it.
Coming into our our city and telling us how to police our neighborhoods. If you want to send more resources, great. Send more money so we can hire more cops. Do more to shore up the federal law enforcement efforts to interdict guns and gun trafficking. Absolutely, we'd welcome that. But that's not what he's talking about.
All right. Former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, thanks very much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time.
Sure.
All right. Coming up next year.
Do you guys understand, though? Do you understand? Do you understand the issue here? It's because liberals also kind of want like more militant enforcement. And this is a byproduct of having two right flank parties, basically, as this person jokingly puts. American politics is just two right-wing parties calling each other communist. And it goes back to gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom saying Donald Trump is the leading socialist of our time. And he's using socialism as a pejorative here.
The hostility to him is quite high, correct?
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
of course, because of
why
some
is
of his,
that?
well, for obvious reasons, some of his views. And there's a lot of anxiety around those views. And they could be on issues related to domestic policy as it relates to, socializing, grocery stores, et cetera. It could be on national policy.
Trump Intel, the comparison is very obvious that you just made.
Yeah, no,
correct.
We need.
Like, how are you going to sit here and criticize one of the only remotely decent things that Donald Trump has done? Something that Bernie Sanders, the most popular national figure in his party, has advocated for under the Biden administration. A demand that the American government get something in return, a piece of control over an American company. Unlimited grants are no longer, right? Now, I'm not going to sit here and say Donald Trump is a socialist as a positive, okay? But what's frustrating about this is that this is a policy that is overwhelmingly popular with the majority of the country. Is it being done for corrupt purposes? I think so. There's nothing that Trump does that there's nothing. I don't think Trump is invested in improving the welfare of Americans, right? And he's basically the New York Times Daily called it like a VIG, the way that like the mafia will enforce more. And more out of the companies that are under its like protection racket, right? And it does operate in a similar fashion, but functionally demanding a piece of control, functionally demanding a piece of ownership over a company in exchange for all of the fucking grants that were given is unironically what Bernie Sanders was advocating for as well during the signage of the CHIPS Act. This is something that they wanted, To
make that point over and over and over. I mean, I remember, wasn't Jeff Bezos out there yelling and screaming that Biden doesn't understand, capitalism? I mean, this guy is completely perverted capitalism, Donald Trump. It's crony capitalism. It's whatever, you pay him off, give him a phone call. I mean, these illegal tariffs, which we're also in court on, all the things that are happening in this country, it's just perverse that they could be shaping the Democratic Party.
This is not a good policy in a non-monopolized market. It's propping up a single private company in an open industry. I mean, taking minority stakes in private companies operating in an open market just create corrupt incentives and props up failing companies. It's not socialization or even a sovereign wealth fund. It's an extreme version of private monopoly. Yeah, except I'm an advocate for nationalization of key sectors anyway, in which case I don't even mind if you had a government-owned monopoly of sorts. So if the reason why you think this is a terrifying prospect is because it's ultimately going to turn in the direction of full monopolization, then, with the right tools in place and with the right initiatives, you can have the right leadership quickly take over the remainder. The point is, the point that I'm making is that this is not one of the those initiatives that Trump has taken that's that's genuinely a bad move. It's a move in the appropriate direction, especially because it's one that popular politicians in the Democratic Party have also advocated for. When you maintain an open market such as chips, but the government props up one actor, one who is not doing so well, by the way, it only creates a corrupt alliance between capital and government. But the corrupt alliance between capital and government already exists. This is just the government picking a winner. And what it will do with the additional influence that it has over said private company, it remains to be seen. But the notion that the government is not already picking and choosing winners is wrong. I mean, it does exist, whether it be by way of government contracts or whether it be directly through grants and all these different subsidies that we offer every single key sector in this country in an effort to engage in some semblance of price controls, in an effort to make sure that like our agricultural outputs, for example, are kept as cost friendly as possible. The government picking a winner is no different than never enforcing antitrust. If we believe antitrust, this is bad. In the absence of moving in the direction of antitrust, I'm just saying that this isn't as bad as a decision, and it's also not even like an overwhelmingly unpopular move as well. I would go so far as to say this is actually an overwhelmingly popular decision that Trump is making, that a lot of people in his base and even beyond his base will look to and go, that's great. Why is that great? Because it's something that I've also advocated for, is something that Bernie Sanders has advocated for, is something that many people have talked about, which is that unlimited subsidies should be accompanied with like some kind of ownership. I said this in the aftermath of Boeing and a bunch of like national airliners actually falling apart during COVID. And we just kept these companies afloat with the money faucet. If we had gotten something in return for that money faucet during COVID, I think that would have been beneficial. It also attaches the U.S. to a sinking ship. Intel sucks and has sucked for years. The U.S. taxpayers will be forced to bail out a declining company year over year. Once again, I think it's not the demand in exchange for grants that I am against. It's what those demands will look like that I think Trump will not actually follow through on. Because imagine, like with the CHIPS Act, a lot of unions were demanding that the Biden administration, or with the IRA, a lot of unions were demanding that all of the new battery factories that were going to open up had to be unionized, right? That is a pro-labor initiative. That's a pro-labor initiative. Same with, and of course it didn't happen. Same with any kind of demand by a lot of the left flank of the Democratic Party. Any kind of demand that like there are unionization provisions baked into the IRA for funding for American car manufacturers, like, for example, Tesla. Like, oh, you want money from the government? Here are the demands that the government is making. Demands that actually improve the welfare of all citizens. Demands that actually improve the welfare of the labor class. So they didn't do any of those things. They should have. If you're going to give money to these mega corporations, you have to fucking make demands in return for said money. For far too long, these companies have actually taken unlimited funds in the exact same not really so free market style that exists already in the United States of America, without any sort of noticeable blip that ends up helping the people that are playing a formative role in the productive process, in the production process. It's not a bad thing. The only problem here is that Donald Trump, of course, is not going to make such demands from Intel. And I suspect the real reason why he's doing this is because he's fearful of the inevitable unification between like Taiwan and China and what that would do for chip manufacturing in America. It would almost overnight destroy America's significant upper hand. I'm simply stating that this isn't the absolute worst thing that the Trump administration has done and could be used for a decent advantage down the line. I don't think that Donald Trump has any sort of positive ambition here with respect to like the acquisition of 10% of Intel. But ultimately, I think Trump's real reason for doing this is a national security fear that he has. And that they want to basically boost like chip manufacturing in the United States. Who knows if this will be successful? But regardless, making these sorts of demands is going to be a necessity no matter who the fuck is in charge. Like, if you think a socialist leadership is not going to, let's say magically we have a socialist leadership, it's not going to happen. But like, if you think that they wouldn't also make these like threatening demands that go against the interests of capital owners overall, and that out of real fear that they have that like the government has awesome power and can wield it in their direction and just like shutter their operations if they choose to do so, they just play ball. In the same way that like Donald Trump is capable of bullying corporations. If you think that like a socialist leadership wouldn't do that, you're wrong. They would.
All right, so I really, really want to talk about this. I think it's important and could possibly lead to something even more important in the future. So maybe you've heard the news, but the United States government, through Trump's deft negotiating hand, has taken 10% ownership of Intel, the largest American chip foundry. Historically, this is pretty rare. This has only happened previously in times of emergency, like the 2008 financial crisis, where America got percentage stakes in some of the major banks they were bailing out, then eventually would sell those stakes. But this is kind of an uncapped, no emergency situation. We're just taking a large ownership stake with the government in a private company. And I want to talk about what that means. I want to talk about why it happened. I want to talk about where it's going forward, okay? First, we got to talk about chips. These kind of chips, not the kind that you eat. Very, very important. Now, this is kind of a base primer. You might already know this, but it's worth saying, okay? Some people, like Jensen Huang and NVIDIA here, design the chips, and some people, some companies, make the chips. It's like TSMC in Taiwan. They have these big, gigantic foundry clean rooms where they actually make the chips, okay? So designing and making, producing are different things. You might design it here in America, but then it would be made in Taiwan. Now, let's stretch this out a bit and notice who's on the design side. So the biggest chip designers in the world are like NVIDIA, AMD, Apple, Qualcomm. Now, all of these companies are American. Pretty cool. Good for America. All right, we have a lot of world-class chip designers. But who actually makes the chips? Well, pretty much all these companies use TSMC, actually. If I'm using specific examples, pretty much all these companies use TSMC. TSMC has a massive market share, so it's all made in Taiwan. But behind TSMC, you might find companies like Samsung in Korea or SMIC in China. And then way down the list, not able to make the latest and greatest chips, not even able to make very good chips, to be quite honest. Really bringing up the caboose, the rear, is Intel. That is our American version of a chip foundry. This is not ranked top 4. Intel's even farther down. Intel is the biggest American chip foundry that can actually produce chips. They've had a very rough past few, honestly, decades. Since their peak and their prime, they've been on a slow but steady downward spiral. They've lost engineering leadership. They no longer can design the latest and greatest. They have process errors. They're late to new technologies, and they've slowly but surely been losing market share, losing customers, getting worse. And they've fallen behind, the world leaders in being able to create the great chips. This is a problem because being able to make the chips is probably, in the world we're heading towards, even more important than being able to design them. The ownership of the production of the chips is very, very important. Like, for example, if TSMC were cut off to the rest of the world, it would cripple all of these companies. It's very important for national security reasons to have some ability to create your own chips within at least your sphere of influence. So both presidents of the recent last 10 years, Trump and Biden, have known this. It's not a one-sided Republican or Democrat thing. Both political parties in America have recognized this. This is Joe Biden stunned.
Taiwan is just America, yes, but also no. In the sense that like it's while it is an island designed for American interests, it can very quickly no longer be as dominated by American interests, especially as like global instability and America's influence around the globe waning. I think a major issue that these guys see, that's why I brought up the national security part of this puzzle. When you look at China's rise as a superpower, you realize that like maybe the situation is not so great. Maybe the situation is not so sustainable. Like all of those factories could one day very quickly be factories that are under the protective banner of the People's Republic of China.
He's seeing the face of God as he looks upon these.
When you say Intel got $108 billion in stock buyback since 2005, like this is exactly the type of shit that should be made illegal, is my point. TMSC has fail-safes where if Taiwan is invaded by China, they destroy the equipment China would want. Yeah, except who's to say that this will happen at gunpoint? You know what I mean? I think that's another real thing that the American the American State Department is worried about. That's why the U.S. tariffing Taiwan and stuff like that is actually being done so that they forcibly switch production to U.S. soil.
Intel chips by their old CEO. Sleepy Joe, in addition to Trump, have said this is important for national security reasons. And during Biden's administration, they had a thing called the CHIPS Act. And the CHIPS Act was designed to use government money as grants to get chip companies to build in America, pretty much all in Arizona. So the idea was we give you grant money, you create American jobs, you build in America. They gave grant money to TSMC to go build in America. They gave grant money to Intel to try and catch up in America. The idea was like, we're going to give money to all these different areas and just try to get some chip building in America. That's the idea of the CHIPS Act. And they said basically what I've said here. We rely on a very small number of factories in Asia for almost all of our sophisticated chips. It's untenable and unacceptable. It's an economic security problem. It's a national security problem.
Yeah.
And we're going to change that. Okay, that was the plan.
Why did the chatter bring this up? I already said that this was the major issue here. You made it seem like I would be in disagreement with Atriok so far, and this is exactly what I said so far.
And there was some success. This is a TSMC plant in Arizona that I believe just went operational this year, or maybe it's just about to go operational this year. However, don't get me wrong, there's still problems. They were able to use the money to convince them to build here. The problem that TSMC says is that Arizonans don't like to work as hard as people back in Taiwan. They've had a lot of logistical challenges, but the main part is that
I don't think this is also accurate. I mean, this is like, bro, this is literally, no, stop. This is Orientalism through and through. I think, no, they just don't have the proper training. Like, that's it. It literally is law. Stop. No, it's literally just the notion that like the Oriental mind, the mind of those from the Orient, is actually more servile and better at building chips. They have tiny fingers. Like, that's all bullshit. It's just it's a matter of training. I think it's overall a good explainer on the situation. He's saying that's what the TSMC said, by the way. Later on, it gets into the Trump aspect. Yeah, I know. So far, I'm in agreement here. I don't have any disagreement here. But yeah. Americans don't like to work as hard as any other country. It's not Orientalism. That's the whole point of the U.S. economy, is to extract so they don't have to work. This is the reverse of the idea that like American workers are just like wholly incapable of doing these things is wrong. It's just that we don't have the same time frame. We don't have the same training. We don't have the same time frame. That's it. That's what it is. Like, you don't have the same technical, precise manufacturing training necessary. These things are very delicate. It's not true. Seriously, the truth is it's too expensive to train. This is what literally every company is doing. A lack of training makes us undesirable, not worth the money or labor costs. Yeah. And the other side of this is that it takes a long ass fucking time for them to get to the same productive output that you have in Taiwan, because they've been doing this for a very long time. Okay, that's it. No human being is better at like one kind of labor than another. That's just bullshit. Okay, what are we doing? Fucking race realism right now? What are you? Are you crazy? And it's not even a byproduct of like people's material conditions or something. It's just simply not enough time, not enough experience. Because like ultimately these are incredibly precise machines that you need. This is high precision manufacturing. Okay, this is something that Tim Cook has talked about with respect to utilizing Chinese factories as opposed to like bringing production all the way back to the United States of America, especially at a time when like Chinese manufacturing is also costly, right? It's no longer like as cost affordable as an alternative as it once used to be. But the reason why Tim Cook says we'll continue to do this in China as opposed to the United States is because the amount of training necessary until you get to a competent level in the American workforce takes time. Okay? That's it. It takes time. It's too much time. And there is going to be a runway where there is too many points of failure in that process. Because when you train a new labor force to be able to do high precision manufacturing, the first couple of years, there's going to be a lot more failure than a labor force that has been doing this and has been trained for the past couple of decades at this point and have actually improved their productive output as time has gone, as there are new methods that are being implemented. It's that simple. It would require almost a decade to catch up. Do you understand?
Arizonans don't like to be on call 24 hours to, for this insanely detailed process and have to show up. It's a little more complicated than that, but again, that is the core of it, is they can't find the talent they can from Taiwan as they can in Arizona. But it is still moving forward. They're still building. They're still planning to be a production facility for Apple's chips. Not their latest and greatest, but some of Apple's mobile chips are going to be built in Arizona at TSMC Lab. So there's things happening. Now, while this was happening, while this CHIPS Act was happening, Trump was very against it. Trump said overall the CHIPS Act should be killed. All the money should be used to pay down debt. Just take the money, pay down debt. Now listen, it's a complicated situation. You could make the argument that the CHIPS Act was possibly ineffective, or the money could be used elsewhere, and maybe paying down the debt's a decent idea. Let's see if he sticks to that idea of paying down the debt once he gets into the office, because as we know, we are now in the Trump era, and Trump was right about everything. So here we are, 2025. First year of Trump 2. This is the new Intel CEO, Liputan. I will say, people say this guy's going to be better. He's got an engineering background. He might be a better CEO than the last one. However, I've heard this before. They've gone through like 4 CEOs and
Tim Cook said that the output of engineers in the U.S. is annually like a college auditorium or something, and that China is like several football fields packed. Yeah, there's that too.
In late 2024.
Like, this shit doesn't happen overnight. You can't just like fucking whip people up and get them to all of a sudden, to get them to almost magically overnight become precise, like highly skilled, precise manufacturers of these kinds of chips.
5 years or something. The last guy was also from an engineering background. They said the same thing. He's going to turn it around. He's the new engineer that's going to come in and fix Intel. Intel's in a really bad spot. There's a deeper rot at this company than just swapping out a new CEO. But this is the new Intel CEO.
Yeah, it's not just training, it's expertise. No, that's what I'm saying as well. Yes, I'm couching that under training, but that's my point. Exactly. Even once the training process is complete, like a guy who has been working at chip manufacturing at a manufacturing plant for fucking 5, 6, 7, 10 years is going to be infinitely better at doing that than a guy who just got trained and has been working on the job site for a year.
Yep. And he comes in this year and he's going to turn Intel around. But Trump this month, August, has some things to say about him. Trump says this guy is highly conflicted and should resign over his ties to China. I think Trump is saying that because he looks Asian. Because he's not from China. Yeah, I mean, he's invested in some Chinese companies, don't get me wrong, but he's not from China. He's Malaysian, so. But anyway, Trump says this, and then notably says, the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There is no other solution to this problem. Now, this is a very important statement because this is this month. This month, Trump has said there is no other solution to the Intel CEO being conflicted than him resigning. That's it. We figured it out. There's only one solution. Now, this caused a bit of a chaos at Intel. Intel's leadership was in a panic. The president of the United States is saying we have to have our CEO step down and then we're infiltrated by the Chinese. So they said, okay, they talked to some experts, some Trump experts, and they decided they've learned the following. Trump loves meeting with CEOs, even those who he's attacked publicly. Trump just likes deal making. He likes being a mover and shaker. He likes being personally involved. People come in, they talk to him, he can get something out of them. He likes this, okay? So they decide they're gonna fly out this CEO to go meet with Trump to convince him that he's not a Chinese spy and the US government has a long-term interest in bolstering Intel. Surprise, surprise, it works. Days before, there's no other solution than him resigning. After one meeting, now he's like this. He came in, he saw me, we talked for a while. I liked him a lot. I thought he was very good. I said, you know what? I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel. And he said, I would consider that. So a massive pivot. From a few days ago, you're like, he's got to get out. And so now you meet him once. Oh, you know what? I love Intel and you, and I want 10%. Between this calling him to resign and this meeting, there was one middle part where Trump said, hey, what if we got TSMC to buy 49% of Intel because TSMC is good and Intel is bad. So we'll just sell 49%. We'll force them actually to buy 49% of Intel and they'll make Intel good. Now, the problem with this, I mean, there's a couple. One of the main ones is that TSMC has zero interest in doing this. They don't want to do it, and you can't have the American president just tell them who to buy or who to invest in because they don't want Intel. So then Trump was threatening to put higher tariffs on Taiwan as a whole unless TSMC, a private company, bought Intel. It was just getting messy. So thankfully, the Intel CEO charmed him in this meeting and went with this 10% plan. So then Trump tweeted this: "It's my great honor to report the United States of America now fully owns and controls 10% of Intel." Again, I'll get into it. I'll get into the whole socialism, capitalism, whatever. People have got so many things tied into that. I'll just explain why I think this might be a bad idea, okay? A great American company that has an even more incredible future. I negotiated this deal with Lip Bhutan, the highly respected, by the way, this is weeks after saying he was a Chinese spy that needs to step down. He's actually the highly respected chief executive officer of the company. The United States paid nothing for these shares. Now, I highlighted this part in red, and we're going to skip ahead real quick. This part's highlighted in red because it's called a lie. The United States bought these shares. It is unclear why Trump said the United States did not pay anything for this stake. The government bought 433 million shares at $20.47 each. They spent $9 billion, taxpayer money. We took the money and we bought it. They certainly didn't give them to us. It's a public company. They can't even, without printing more. I mean, we bought them. I just want that to be clear. I mean, you could say that's the money they used. I do want to, give the full picture here. So there was $9 billion, this amount of money, that was left over from Biden's CHIPS Act. And the reason it was left over is because Biden's CHIPS Act had certain milestones that Intel had to reach to unlock the money. Intel did not reach the milestones. Intel was slow and shitty. So there's money left over, $9 billion in the CHIPS Act that wasn't distributed. So Trump said, I'll use that money because it's basically free. It's kind of girl math. Because you could use it, right, to pay down debt. Like you said. You said kill the law and use the excess funds to pay down debt. You could use leftover money if you wanted to do that. But instead, you're like, now it's already allocated. We'll just use it to buy 10% of Intel. The shares are now valued at approximately $11 billion. This is a great deal for America and also a great deal for Intel. Building leading edge semiconductors and chips, which
yeah, I mean, so Intel didn't earn the money, so we gave it to them anyways. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like the earning the money shit is also bullshit. It's just never, we offer grants and subsidies all the fucking time to companies for a million different reasons. I'm not making an assessment about like Intel's stock performance or Intel as a company. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that the way that Trump is dealing with this issue, or rather, like on principle, the notion that the American government demands more in exchange, demands ownership stakes in exchange for grants is not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. And ironically enough, I think there needs to be more of this, but also with like follow through, with real follow through on reasonable provisions that are implemented that improve, that create good paying jobs, for example. Okay? The notion that like, yeah, you're going to get training, you're going to have, you're going to subsidize people's housing, like adding that into the contract as a part of that ownership stake would be, in the perfect scenario, in the perfect world scenario, would be the good thing. What is happening? Is there like an actual F, or are people freaking the fuck out for no reason again? I can't tell when there's like only a couple people that just like immediately spam Fs when there's like a baby blip on the fucking, like a hiccup on the stream.
What Intel does, I wouldn't say leading edge, but yes, they do this, is fundamental to the future of our nation, and I do agree it's important. At the end of the day, the core part of this that you have to concede on is that it's really risky having so much of the economy routed through Taiwan, which is, again, at odds with its closest neighbor, China, at all times. Like, it's just risky. You really do want to diversify chip production outside of Taiwan. It makes sense, all right? I will give that. I don't know about this strategy, but I will give that. Now, criticism of this deal came in pretty quickly, and it came in from all over the political spectrum. Republicans, I will say, a lot of them don't say anything. They'll never bring anything up. But many of them who had previously criticized Obama, for example, for taking stakes in banking companies after 2008 and 2009, also criticized, like a Rand Paul might have criticized this. Gavin Newsom said, "All hail Chairman Trump with his glorious 10% purchase of Intel. The Socialist Republic of America enters a bold new era of government-run businesses." I mean, it just is a departure from normal ways of doing business. And I will say this, someone I do deeply respect had a positive statement on this, and I want to give the upside here. I want to give a fair, nuanced take. I respect Bernie Sanders quite a bit, and he actually, I would say it wasn't like overwhelming support, but he supported this. He favored the Trump plan to take stake in Intel or chip makers. And he said this: if microchip companies make a profit from the generous grants they receive from the federal government.
This was literally Bernie's provision. He wanted this to happen with the CHIPS Act and the IRA as well. Okay? Now, it's almost like the tariffs, right? Because on principle, I'm not opposed to trade protectionism. Okay? I'm not opposed to trade protectionism at all. The issue is you have to have a robust manufacturing base that is competitive with the international market to protect. You have to have some trade to protect if you want to do trade protectionism. So Trump's execution on the international tariffs, using tariffs as a tool to wield to, I don't know, demand that European countries put more put a higher percentage of their GDP into like purchasing American weapons under NATO security contracts or all this other shit. Like, it's been idiotic. It's been fucking stupid. Especially when there is a clear-cut absence of trade to protect in the United States of America. Without building out a manufacturing base, you can't just like start demanding. You can't just like start demanding that like people buy our shit, for example. So I see this in the same vein. As far as the method, I do not have an issue with the method. I would love to see a competent Democrat leadership do this exact same thing. Having said that, however, do I think that Trump is simply going to use his ownership stake to not really add necessary provisions for labor protection and to create good paying manufacturing jobs in the United States? Of course, I don't think he's going to do that. He is a fucking real estate developer.
The taxpayers of America have a right to a reasonable return on that investment. And I just want to explain why I might disagree, even though I vouch for, I fully support Bernie Sanders' character, and I think maybe there's something I'm not seeing here. There's a couple things that go wrong when you have the government owning particular shares in a certain one company. Number one is that if there is ever like a government contract that you would like to be awarded to the best company, the company that can do it for the best price or the most innovative, in historical examples, it'll go to the company that the government owns 10% of. There's a big conflict of interest.
And it's not just Bernie either, for the record. There's another political figure that's even more technocratic in their approach to policy making that a lot of liberals like even more than Bernie Sanders. Her name is Elizabeth Warren. This was a dual provision from both Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. Okay? So one must ask the question, why? Like I've always said, I'm in favor. I'm always going to call balls and strikes. If Donald Trump does something that is technically in the right direction, I'm not going to immediately attack the administration. I will be cautious, of course, because of who Trump is and what he has done so far. But you have to, you have to think, why is it that all of the conservative commentators are shitting on Trump over this when they rarely ever shit on Trump for anything? And why is it that this initiative was originally backed under the Biden administration by fucking Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren? Here's a Barron's.com article. The Trump admin's plan to take an equity stake in Intel might have been a surprise to many investors in recent weeks, but the idea wasn't a new one. It was first heard in the most left-leaning parts of the U.S. Senate. When the CHIPS Act was being debated, as I also told you, this is what happened in 2022, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren proposed an amendment that would have turned the grants into equity stakes in the firms receiving money. It never reached the Senate floor for a vote. I am glad the Trump administration is in agreement with the amendment I offered 3 years ago, said Sanders, a frequent opponent of Trump's policy, said in a statement. Taxpayers should not be providing billions of dollars in corporate welfare to large profitable companies like Intel without getting anything in return. Warren, another Trump foe, added, Donald Trump seems to have stumbled on an idea that I pushed years ago to promote corporate accountability. Meanwhile, Trump ally and libertarian Senator Rand Paul called the plan a step towards socialism. On Monday, Wall Street Journal's free market-focused editorial page wrote, statism is gaining currency on the political left and right, resulting in a bizarre fusion of ideas. In a request for comment about the unusual political alignment, White House spokesman Kush Desai said, Washington, D.C.'s blind commitment to consensus orthodoxy that ignored the realities of the world is exactly why Americans in America were left behind. Remember what I said? If America wanted to actively compete against China, it would have to become more like China. This is basically 1% in the direction of becoming more like China. That's the irony of it all. Okay? It's just like not even 1%, 0.1% in the direction of having more control over corporations. No, it's not technically 10%. I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, if you look at the entire productive forces of the American government or under the banner of the American nation, it's like 0.01% initiative. The CHIPS Act passed Senate, 64-33 roll call vote. Warren voted for the bill, but Sanders didn't. Then President Joe Biden signed the legislation the following month. Equity deals weren't a part of the final legislation. Last week, Sanders came out and supported Trump's then rumored agreement with Intel. Warren has indicated ongoing disagreement with the president on his policies. The president just saying he wants the public to have a stake in a major company isn't the same as having a real strategy to rein in stock buybacks, onshore jobs, and support long-term economic growth in America, she said. That part is the key part here. Okay, Elizabeth Warren is correct. This is her bread and butter issue, so it's not surprising. But this is one aspect where Elizabeth Warren is a important voice, okay? And she is 100% right, because getting any sort of state stake in a major company needs to come with requirements, okay? And those requirements should be to stop stock buybacks altogether and to demand onshoring jobs, okay? And not just any kind of fucking job, but good paying jobs that have to be unionized. Now, of course, Trump is not going to do that. So that is where my criticism of Trump's initiative starts. But my criticism of Trump's initiative of demanding 10% ownership after releasing these grants to Intel, after all the grants that we've given to Intel already, is not the point of contention for me.
It's like picking winners and losers. You know, because Trump has personally negotiated this deal and gotten us 10% of Intel, he can't allow Intel to do worse. He needs to favor them for future government contracts. So that's the first part. But the second part is like with this statement. So actually I deleted the statement. I would say that if Intel, for example, whatever the corporate tax rate is, which should be higher, I agree. If Intel makes $100 million, right, and we tax 15%, if we have a goal, which is like Intel build something in America, bring American jobs, and at the same time, Intel grows to $200 million and we tax 15%, that is the return to the taxpayers of America. The return is
I think the main problem isn't taking stakes. It's taking stakes in one actor in an open industry. If they took stakes in multiple companies in the same industry, that'd be better, like a sovereign wealth fund. Fair. It's even better. I'm not going to fucking say that's a bad idea. I think that's a good idea. I think the best idea is nationalization, okay? The other problem is when the government takes stakes in companies, it means the government will continue to prop up failing companies. A socialized company could live with that, but this is different. No, I also understand that as well. The issue is this already happens. This already happens, but with a more hands-off approach. So that is the problem. Because like we already pick and choose winners all the fucking time. We already prop up failing companies all the fucking time. And the only issue is the only difference is we never demand anything in return. They take all the money and they, in many circumstances, just immediately engage in stock buybacks, which once again used to be considered market manipulation. It still is, by the way, but it used to be considered that and was illegal before the Reagan era. So that's what's frustrating about this. The failure story of the 21st century in economics is the government propping up assets and companies that should fail as a result of incompetence. I think we have a fundamental disagreement here. The fundamental disagreement that you and I have is that there is such a thing as a free market in the United States of America that actually thrives on competition and competitive governments in the same competitive corporations in the same sector that's making innovation thrive. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's real. I think we already do that with our subsidy structure, but we just do it at the behest of profit that obviously accumulates in the hands of very few people. And a competent government would take the initiative here and would utilize this to genuinely improve the labor force and would create good paying jobs. And it would be simply demanding more for the unlimited money faucet that we give companies anyway. That's how I feel.
Taxes. If you want to make a return.
This is also a silly conversation to have right now because, and I need to repeat this over and over again, I don't think Trump is going to do that anyway, okay? I do not think Trump is going to do that regardless. It's just like with the tariffs conversation. I am not immediately opposed to trade protectionism, okay? I am for trade protectionism. I am for tariffs. But the way Trump that was utilizing the tariffs was completely ridiculous, okay? And the same goes for what he is most likely going to do. He's not going to demand anything here, and the same profit interests are going to remain. There's not going to. I don't think there's going to be any sort of like onshoring that comes along with this, or any sort of like a demand that there would be no stock buybacks is going to come with this at all. It's just now he gets to pick and choose winners. And he'll beef up Intel's, Intel stock prices to the best of his ability, and then he'll say, "Oh, we're just paying off some of the debt." Now that he's got a piece of the taste too, he's probably going to try and do this a lot more frequently.
In a company, you raise the corporate tax rate so that they're all competing, and we get a piece of all of them. You don't pick one and grab 10% of just that one. You know what I'm saying? The taxes is how you get the return. Then you spend it on America. You can spend it on healthcare, you can spend it on whatever. I agree. I think the goals of what you want to spend it on are good. But the idea that you're supposed to seize it, I just find it to be less compelling. However, larger story, again, I don't want to say Bernie Sanders was a massive supporter of this. He just had one statement. Mainly it's a Trump idea. And Trump said to me, people like me, if you're a critic of this deal, why are stupid people unhappy? And I got owned. I realized I'm stupid. I'm stupid for being critical. And he doesn't only want to stop here. He has found this to be so successful, such a good idea, that he wants more deals like Intel's. He will make deals like Intel's all day long. And I think Trump truly doesn't even care about the long-term strategy. I think he just likes the deals. He likes CEOs coming in and being at his mercy and him able to boss them around.
No, I don't think that's the. I mean, yeah, as part of it, and that kind of like glazing of Trump actually gets a lot of mileage. That's the reason why even like competent and intelligent people like Tim Cook is sucking Trump's penis. Like, there's a reason Tim Cook is doing that, because he knows if he glazes Trump, he's gonna get benefits out of it. Having said that, however, I don't think that the primary focus of the Trump administration here is that Trump gets to feel good about making yet another deal. I think that the primary purpose of this, as I've said already, is to forcibly bring manufacturing back to the United States with at least like one key corporation in this incredibly important sector for, as the Biden and the Trump administration both have openly admitted, for economic security and national security. That's it. I think that's the reason why. That's why he's doing this.
And I think he just likes doing these deals. They're all one-off, and I think he's just going to start grabbing American stakes in different companies. But The problem is, again, when you have this, you end up with a situation where the only way to win is to go through the president, to go through the government. Okay, you can't win.
Like, do you guys understand the silver lining that I'm seeing here? The silver lining that I'm seeing here is that, like, this opens up a world of new opportunities now that the veil has been pierced by someone who is capable of doing that, right? Erasing the previous norms. Like, this used to be an unconditional no. Bernie Sanders advocated for it. It was a no. It was just like not even it was a non-starter, right? It's a great precedent, in my opinion. I think it's a great fucking precedent in terms of pushing towards more state control, because state control already exists with the incentive structure that takes place within subsidies. But that's so hands off, and therefore all these companies that take in billions of dollars of subsidies actually then do whatever the fuck they want. They can bury the subsidies and not really improve their output in the way that the government wants, or they can just like engage in stock buybacks and improve the profit incentives for their shareholders. Like, this kind of shit is unacceptable. So having more government control over this process is not a bad thing. Okay?
By making the better product, you can't win by offering it a cheaper price. You can only win by having the government put their thumb on the scale to your benefit. And I think that is a dangerous precedent, a dangerous long-term route to go. It's this real crony situation where you have to go to the mob boss to get your win. So he's planning many more deals, and he hopes to get as much as I can. I want to get the direct quote here. His new economic strategy is an attempt to get as much as I can. I don't see a long-term big strategy here. I'm just confused by it.
I do. I think the opportunities are endless. Not that Trump is going to do this, or not that Trump is even interested in this, but I do. When I saw this, I you know, let's just say I wasn't instantly against it, and neither was Bernie, obviously, because it's like, it's just, if your company is fucking failing and you require government bailouts or you require government subsidization to continue your output, then I think it's perfectly valid for the government to say, all right, well, then we're taking ownership control. We're taking maybe 10% now, and who knows how many more percentages we'll take tomorrow. I think this is an important first step. If utilized by a competent left leadership, this would be an important first step in the direction of controlling key sectors and relinquishing control of key sectors into the hands of the American government.
And then, okay, so all this is to be said is that at the end of the day, there's not a lot of other options than Intel in America. So maybe it's a situation where you got to make do with what we got. Maybe that's the horse we have and we have to ride it. Intel sucks, but we can't get a new competitor in time, so fine, whatever. But I just want to say that this strategy of getting rid of the milestone plan with the grants that the CHIPS Act had and going to just buying 10% is...
Do it for health insurance now? No, fuck that. Health insurance should be abolished. Private healthcare should be illegal, I think. That's a totally separate thing.
Not even guaranteed to work. It's just more good money after bad. The problem is Intel is still a bad company. Trump will likely need to find more ways to support Intel, not wanting it to fail on his watch. And again, that's the quicksand you find yourself in when the government tries to pick a winner. Once you've bought a stake in the company, you can't let it fail because it's embarrassing. So now you have to throw more government money after this money pit, this failing bad company. And you end up in this
like, understand that, at least from my assessment, this already exists, right? This is literally how it goes. This is how it already works, but there is, I guess, like less hands-on control from the government, and it's done by way of lobbying, right? It's done through backroom deals. Like, because this already exists. This has existed for as long as the American economy has existed, okay? But now the government has a hands-on ownership stake over one company in exchange, ironically enough, for the grants. So if it already exists, then all you're doing in this process is like demanding more control and demanding an ownership stake, or demanding like a significant stake over one of these companies.
quagmire of lighting money on fire. Intel needs a lot of help, and the U.S. needs Intel. Maybe we do, maybe we don't, but now we're tied to them. And the first immediate reaction of Intel when they had to make a disclosure on this new stake is that it's probably going to hurt our sales. We're already doing bad, and this U.S. government stake is going to hurt our sales. Now, why would that hurt your sales? Well, here's why. Sales outside the U.S. are 76% of Intel's revenue. 30% come from China. China is no longer interested in buying Intel chips if they are 10% owned by the U.S. government. It's too risky. So instead of helping the company, it's likely going to, at least in the short to medium term, severely hurt them. Again, I find this whole concept poor. and I have some other things on Trump I want to talk about this week that I think are more.
No, this isn't communism, not even technically or remotely communism. This isn't even socialism. It is a modest social democratic proposal. If you look at everything that is like, I mean, it also depends on how they implement this or what demands they make of Intel. But if you look at anything that goes against like the current profit incentives as a degree of socialization, then this could be seen as that, depending on, once again, what Trump's demands are from Intel or what the American government's demands are from Intel.
Serious. And I think this week I'm trying to make the case that, guys, this guy might be a bad president. This might sound crazy. He might be a bad president. Because it takes a while for economic stuff to make our lives worse, you can look at this and laugh. And I am laughing. But more of this will lead to I think a material reduction in American innovation and the amount of money going around in this country. I do agree with that. There's also some more serious stuff we're going to talk about later this week. But this for now is what I want to say. I think the U.S. buying 10% stakes in companies or more is a bad idea.
What distinguishes Trump's version of state capitalism is its randomness. This isn't like China deciding to subsidize solar panel production. Even if you don't like the idea of government exercising that much control, at least one understands the objective. Oh my God, Donald Trump is making people actually develop a better understanding of China and Chinese policies. That is fucking hilarious. Okay. All right. I don't even agree with that statement, for the record. I think that there is a reason for this. The reason why he went with Intel is not random. The reason why he went with Intel is because he wants to bring chip manufacturing, as Joe Biden also did, back to the United States of America, which is ironic because I used to always say, like, he's shitting on the CHIPS Act, he's shitting on the IRA. Meanwhile, that was, again, too little, too late, too marginal, and also riddled with the public-private partnership proposals that neoliberals love. Okay? But the reason why he's doing it is because, specifically to Intel, is because of chip manufacturing. They just see it as a major issue. They need to bring chip manufacturing to the United States of America. And I think that's what Trump is going to try to do, or he's going to continue doing that with Intel. But I think the issue is that he is going to fail because they don't actually want, or they have no way of doing that. They have no comprehension and no way of doing that because they don't have any fucking actual like pro-labor people in their administration. There's also not a lot of time. That's another issue. It's just they might be cooked overall. A similar pattern emerges here with my criticisms of the tariffs. Do you understand? It's just these things are we're too late to the game. We're far too late to the game to make these sorts of changes. And even with the change that we're making, like the people that are demanding these sorts of changes are not demanding any, they're not making any serious demands about improving the workplace conditions, for example. Because as I've said over and over again, there are jobs that are available. The problem is not that there aren't any jobs in this country. When people talk about like manufacturing jobs, the reason why they go back with rose-colored glasses and look at the 50s and 60s post-World War II boom of industry and manufacturing, the reason why they like those jobs is not because people just love working in a fucking factory. It's because of the benefits. It's because of the labor conditions. It's because of it's because like when you worked a job like that especially paired up with the GI Bill and things like that. You could just have a home. You could have a car. You could actually have one person in the family work at a fucking factory and be able to put multiple kids through college. Okay? It's not the job in and of itself that was what Americans actually fantasize about. It's all the fucking benefits, the pension, the union backed provisions that came with that kind of job. Okay? That's it. It was the security that came with it. It was the affordability of things that it came along with that. That was the reason. Yeah, motherfuckers used to have two families. You could make so much money working at a fucking factory that you could have a secret family in the nearby town. Think about that. That's insane. That's unheard of. Who do you know nowadays that's in that same age range that doesn't have multiple fucking roommates so they can literally give 50% of their immediate wages directly back to their landlords? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Motherfuckers used to have secret families, bro. My point is, we already have jobs. We have jobs in this country right now. It's just that those jobs don't pay. They don't have the, you can't just like work at Starbucks or even do like Uber, for example, and then be able to have a house, be able to own a home, have a wife, have one earner in the household, and raise multiple kids. I worked in mission control at NASA. I couldn't afford to buy my own house. I mean, I know my brother is an aerospace and mechanical engineer for Boeing. Okay, I know he ain't buying a house anytime soon either. So yeah. Anyway, speaking of which, there were a lot of protests against the Trump administration and the conditions that American laborers face in general. Certainly gotten worse under the Trump administration. So let's take a look at some of those protests across the United States that target Trump's policies.
Streets on Labor Day, from Auburn, Maine to Newport, Tennessee, St. Joseph, Michigan to Ventura, California, railing against President Trump and other billionaires who they claim are taking power away from the working class. In the nation's capital, protesters angry over Trump's takeover of law enforcement in D.C., announcing a week of demonstrations on Capitol Hill this week as lawmakers return from summer recess.
We call not only on community leaders, but our elected officials to stand with us as we continue to fight to protect home rule.
D.C.'s mayor struggling to walk a political tightrope, initially welcoming federal law enforcement, but later saying the involvement of immigration agents went too far, criticizing the use by some agents of masks to hide their identities. But Trump praising D.C.'s mayor yesterday, saying, wow, Mayor Muriel Bowser of D.C. has become very popular because she worked with me and my great people in bringing crime down to virtually nothing in D.C. The Trump administration says among the recent arrests in D.C. is a suspected MS-13 gang member in the country illegally.
No troops in Chicago! No troops in Chicago!
In Chicago, demonstrators condemning Trump's threat to launch an immigration crackdown in the Windy City as soon as this week.
We're going to defend our democracy in the city of Chicago. We're going to protect the humanity of every single person in the city of Chicago.
The mayor threatening legal action and signing an order barring Chicago police from helping federal authorities with immigration enforcement. In the meantime, new data shows the administration's immigration crackdown is reshaping the U.S. labor force. More than 1.2 million immigrants have vanished from the workforce since January. Immigrants make up nearly 1 in 5 U.S. workers, including nearly half of all farm workers and 1/3 of construction workers. Farm advocates say crops have been left to rot, and contractors say they're now struggling to fill crews at job sites.
Now, union leaders warn that the impact goes far beyond farms and construction sites, pointing to hospitals and nursing homes, where immigrants also make up a large share of the workforce.
I lost 9 family members to gun violence. Only one of my family members made it to be in his 40s.
Cedric Hawkins is now 44. He works with the anti-gun violence group Chicago Cred, trying to make peace before things turn violent, sometimes between gangs.
Is just trying to be able to obtain a non-aggression agreement. That don't mean that I don't still feel like that you deserve to die. That just means that right now we have a respect level, and the respect is I don't like you, you don't like me, I ain't gonna come in your hood, you don't come in my hood.
And that is good enough.
And that's good enough.
And in his Southside Chicago neighborhood, he takes pride in even that compromise because it means results.
Last year we had 4 individuals murdered in the Pullman area at this time.
Yeah.
This year, 2025, we haven't had 1 individual murdered this year.
President Trump has threatened to want to send in the National Guard. You feel like even just like the presence of military here.
Presence of military will put our communities in a situation where they feel like they are incarcerated. We are already in a situation in Chicago where the trust with CPD, law enforcement, is very, very low. He's gonna do nothing but put our communities in Chicago in a situation where the trust is gonna go lower than it already is.
It might throw off the playbook that it sounds like
is working.
Citywide, murders are down over 30% compared to last year, and shootings are down almost 40%, which is on pace to be below pre-pandemic levels of violence. But that's still over 250 lives lost.
Right now, we're in Chicago's most violent neighborhood as far as rates of shootings go. And even though we have seen decreases, people are still tragically getting shot and killed. We're on our way to talk to a woman who's lived in this neighborhood for a long time, and I have a feeling she has some thoughts on this whole National Guard possibility.
My grandkids can't sit outside. They can't sit in the living room or at the kitchen table because a bullet may come through.
Rochelle Sykes has lived in West Garfield Park all her life. Her neighborhood's changed.
President Trump has talked about sending in the National Guard to help with this situation.
That's not the solution.
So even you live in what is known to be the most violent neighborhood in the city in terms of shooting rates.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe the National Guard should be here?
No, we don't need a Band-Aid to cover up the problem. What we need is a solution. No offense to the president, but we actually need someone that's in this community. You need to go and talk to the children in the schools and ask them the question, what would make you feel safe?
It's that question of safety city leaders are still trying to figure out.
What would you assess has worked to this point?
You know, let me start by saying we have a long way to go. What I will say when it comes to crime, we've created task force around robberies when we saw a spike in those, smash and grabs, burglaries, shootings, homicides, obviously. Having our Bureau of Detectives work with our Bureau of Counterterrorism along with the Bureau of Patrol, working across those borders where we've seen those particular bureaus siloed in the past. You have to have buy-in from your officers. And we've gotten buy-in, but we also have to face the reality. If we brought our homicide rate down to 1 homicide, we can celebrate that, and that's great. It would be absolutely great, except for the one family who lost a loved one to a homicide.
Where'd it hit you?
On my arm and my legs.
King, as he's known, was shot while living in Atlanta and moved to Chicago for a fresh start.
People be asking, like, why I come from Atlanta to Chicago? Like, it's a war zone and stuff, but I don't look at it as no war zone, you know? From what I see, it's a lot of built up hurt, man, a lot of built up anger. Years going by, people just losing, family members losing friends at a young age. I be giving up on myself when I see, when I just run into challenges. They be quick to give up on Chicago.
And people like Kendall Reed, who also works as a violence mediator, refuses to give up on Chicago.
Send mental health in. Open more facilities for us. Give us more opportunities. Stop closing the school down. Send those people in. Don't send the military in. If what we're doing is working, it may not be working as fast as you would like it to work. None of this all happened overnight. Chicago is a beautiful city. I want my kids, and I want my grandkids, and I want my nieces and my nephews to enjoy these parks. I want them to enjoy the museums, the many things that Chicago has to offer. And we're progressing at that.
For said,
this is a calling for me.
The fate of his city, he says, won't come from boots on the ground, but ears to the ground.
I would never say that it's not beneficial for the government to send resources and help. I beg President Trump to send the right resources, but as far as...
Yeah, that's the biggest fucking issue here, is that these are solvable problems, okay? There's no problem that you can't solve with financial restitution by offering the right resources. The problem is these motherfuckers don't want to do that. They don't want to do that at all. They want to send the wrong resources, not even resources at all. I'm going to keep repeating this over and over again. Chicago Police Department is a fucking terrorist cell, okay? They literally had black sites where they would torture people. Like, if that kind of attitude if that kind of enforcement, if that kind of militant enforcement was successful in crime prevention, Chicago will be crime-ridden. But it's not. Same with St. Louis, yes. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy to me that this is like, we look at this shit and we're just like, nah, what is happening is that the cops are not brutalizing these people enough. No, dude. And the solution, especially for like youth crime, for example, because like there's a lot of gun violence and a chunk of that comes from like youth crime, right? Teenagers and shit. Crime-free, not crime-ridden. Oh, sorry. I meant rid of crime. Why do you support Graham Plattner? Because I'm a Western chauvinist who loves American imperialism. Anyway, that's it. Anyway, as I was talking about youth crime, for example, the solutions are laughably simple. Literally fucking just like outreach, after school programs, like a basketball league or like a sports league, art program, shit like that. Unironically, cut that shit down so much. And it's crazy that we're just like, nope, can't do that. Yeah, you open up like community centers, you get people you get people free food, a place where people can gather, just shit to do, and you cut away at a decent chunk of any sort of criminal activity. It's crazy. It's cost effective. And it is the best possible solution, the most effective long-term solution. And it's crazy that like we're just not even entertaining it. It's happening. It's happening in Baltimore, right? Baltimore has a great program for this. I have some issues with like the way that they work with the police force on said crime prevention. But having said that, it's not even like it's not even a secret. It's just something that people understand. The people that live it every day understand it. They say it. Nobody cares. Nobody listens to them. The only reason why they're getting a platform right now is because Donald Trump is like, yeah, we're going to sick the military on these guys.
Sending a National Guard, I believe that it will put us in a situation where the whole city of Chicago will be right back where we started.
We have some breaking news. A federal judge just ruled that both President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth violated the law by using the military in the Los Angeles area over the summer. The Trump administration deployed thousands of federalized California National Guard members.
And a big part of the process here is that, like, you're not doing this for people living in Chicago. You're not doing this for the residents that are going to be living under the oppressive thumb of like a military occupation. You're doing this for motherfuckers in Ohio that literally think, oh, there's black people there, you have to kill them. There's black people there, you need more enforcement. That's it. Half the time, the communities that they're in fucking Ohio are just as poor and just as crime-ridden, by the way. Crime-riddled, sorry, not ridden. Fuck, I said it again. Crime-riddled as the south side of Chicago that they point to. Like, that's it. It's for those guys that Trump is doing this. It's crazy that it's just like we treat people like they're fucking nothing. Like they're just like disposable. As a Chicagoland resident, I welcome the National Guard. I saw some litter near the Bean the other day, and I really think my tax dollars should go to some redneck from Texas National Guard to wait 90 minutes in traffic to come down from NS Great Lakes to pick it up and proceed to complain about how cold it is. Yeah, I mean, the other side of this is like, yeah, if they were doing like city beautification and they made these like National Guard guys like literally pick up trash, then fine, great. I mean, make sure that they're not armed in the process as well.
And Marines during an immigration crackdown in June. And this decision comes as the president weighs, as we were just talking about, whether to send National Guard members to other cities, as he has done in Washington, D.C. Joining us now is former federal prosecutor and Politico magazine senior writer Ankush Khardori. Ankush, thank you for coming here. So what is the judge's reasoning here?
Well, the judge's reasoning is fairly straightforward. He says that the Posse Comitatus Act prevents the deployment of the military on U.S. soil for normal law enforcement operations. And he held, after conducting a trial on this matter, that the National Guard was deployed in California for normal law enforcement operations, arrests, searches, stops, helping
I wonder if I'm in this. Like, I was like right there.
Execute search warrants and things like that. And he said that this is illegal. And one thing I would point out that may get lost in the shuffle as we cover this, it is not really going to be relevant given the president runs the Justice Department effectively, but violations of the Posse Comitatus Act are a crime under ordinary circumstances, a low-level crime, but a crime nonetheless.
So what would the consequences be potentially for the president or defense secretary? Also, given the fact that this is after the national.
I think one of the funniest things that I experienced, like, was that the fact that those motherfuckers didn't want to be there either. Like, they were just like walking around and like, I don't know. Like, there were some, like the federal law enforcement, they were horny. They were like, oh, I can't wait to get a confirmed kill here, you know? But like for the most part, the National Guard, they were just like, yeah, I don't know. I guess we're here. Like, they don't want to be there either. They're just chilling. They ain't doing dick.
National Guard had been deployed there and then left.
Yeah, so as to the criminal side, I mean, again, I don't expect the Justice Department to do anything about this since it's now the Trump Justice Department. With respect to the civil, on the civil side, though, you're right that most of the National Guard members are gone, but the judge said that there's still some remaining here. So even if it's in the low hundreds, his order requires them essentially to leave or to like stop engaging in the conduct that was at issue here.
So then how do you expect this legal decision to impact President Trump's plans to possibly deploy National Guard troops to other cities like Chicago or New York, especially after he has done so here in D.C.? And what does it mean for the National Guard troops here in D.C. right now?
This is the National Guard in D.C. operates under a different legal framework. So this doesn't really tell us much about the legality of the National Guard deployment in D.C. With respect to L.A. and California, I would expect DOJ to appeal. We'll see. As for the effect of this decision on the administration's decision to deploy the National Guard in other states, look, under ordinary circumstances, under prior administrations, you would expect the White House to take this extremely seriously and for it to deter them from those sorts of deployments. We do not know, given the way that this administration has conducted itself, whether it will actually take that position, because as we learned during the sort of the Supreme Court litigation over the injunctions, the universal injunctions, you may recall, the Justice Department's position was effectively, we can kind of do whatever we want, whatever jurisdiction, unless and until we get a circuit court ruling or an appeals court ruling. So they may decide to plow ahead. The last thing I'll just say here is that even if they, I think, were to decide to do so, I think one of the reasons we've seen them pull back a bit is because polling showed that these deployments of the National Guard were quite unpopular, both in California and even more recently in DC on a national level. Not as lopsided as the California deployment, but unpopular nonetheless.
And does this also show you how difficult it is to really challenge once the president deploys the National Guard in cities, right? I mean, that's been a big topic of discussion. What are cities?
Yeah, the other nefarious side of this, as I said already, is that they're deploying these guys so that they can offer protection to the federal law enforcement that's like being utilized like a Gestapo. That's it.
Officials like in Chicago and elsewhere, how are they going to do this if the president plows ahead with this plan? Because in this case, this was after the fact, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And actually, this judge tried to issue a ruling very early on, reaching effectively the same result, but he got overturned by the Ninth Circuit. Now, if you are the lawyers in those other jurisdictions and you expect or are thinking there may be a National Guard deployment, you should be using this decision sort of as an intellectual template for you, right? It lays out a set of standards that if you are the lawyers in those jurisdictions, you now want to adopt, and provides a level of analysis at the factual level that sort of gives you a roadmap for determining, okay, if I'm going to challenge the National Guard in my jurisdiction, I need to establish X, Y, and Z. And you'd want to follow the court's ruling pretty carefully just to demonstrate that you're following this authority. So I think you could see the upshot of that is I think you could see swifter responses as a result of this decision in jurisdictions where the National Guard may yet be deployed.
All right, Ankush Cordore, thank you so much.
To Congress, back in session with a very busy agenda and the Jeffrey Epstein file still hanging over lawmakers, with the bipartisan group set to meet with some of his victims this afternoon. Jay O'Brien is on Capitol Hill with the latest. Good morning, Jay.
Yeah, Michael, good morning. Congress now back from its August recess as of today, and right away.
Oh, yeah, Epstein stuff. Let's go. We got Epstein is back on the menu, boys.
Republicans are going to have to jump headfirst into an issue that deeply divided them before they left, Jeffrey Epstein. As you say, in just hours, members of the House Oversight Committee, which is already poring over reams of Epstein case records that it subpoenaed from the Department of Justice, will meet with several Epstein victims. And it comes as there's this brewing effort from Democrat Ro Khanna and Republican Thomas Massie.
Is Congress going to make any issue about their city being occupied by the army? Sure. No. The answer is no.
To get a handful of GOP members to defy Trump, who's told Republicans.
Like, one of the things, okay, listen. One of the things that we must realize now is that it turns out every aspect of the American government was just like held together with a confidence that like people won't fuck up the normal process. And if someone actually has that ambition, then there is virtually nothing you can do in retaliation. That's it. Like, whatever Trump says goes. It turns out he can just kind of do whatever he wants. He can molest the money and you can complain. He can be openly corrupt and you can complain, but it doesn't go anywhere. There's no guardrails on this shit. And he is basically trying to erode what remains of the guardrails that exist, like the modest little bit of guardrails that exist within the court structure. And it turns out the only thing that was stopping the motherfucking Brandonian leadership from implementing whatever the fuck they promised that they were going to do was the fact that they themselves didn't want to break process. That's it. It turns out Biden could have done whatever the fuck he wanted. That's it. Brandon could have just been like, nope, 100 years of socialist prosperity. We're doing it, Jack. Look alive. Yes, I have covered the United States of America attacking a Venezuelan ship. Yes, I covered it. I covered it extensively. Yes, I covered the ship, the Venezuelan ship. I covered the ship.
To move on and procedurally vote to force a release of the Epstein files publicly. But that's not the only thing on Congress's to-do list. They also have to pass government funding by the end of this month and avert that looming government shutdown deadline. Meantime, before lawmakers returned up here to Capitol Hill, we also learned that longtime Democratic Congressman Jerry Nadler, who served in the House for 3 decades, the former chair of the House Judiciary Committee, announced that he will not run for re-election next year.
Yeah, seemingly not even a ship, but a dinghy. U.S. Naval Armada taking on a dinghy while the IDF opens fire daily on starving people at 8 distribution sites. 2 nations of terrorists and cowards who deserve each other. It's just crazy that, like, there you go. They released a video of it, too. Do you approve of the military strike? What? No, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Do I approve of the military strike? Arrest and apprehend them if you are suspecting that they're selling drugs, that they're shipping drugs. What do you mean? You're the motherfucking Navy. Like, what? Like, just seize it. What are we talking about? Do you approve of the military strike? Yeah, dude, definitely. For sure. I think we should just kill everyone that we suspect is doing something wrong. That's what I believe. Fuck it, dude. Law of the jungle, you know? Might is right, right? Fuck it. Let's just nuke the planet. It's so fucking insane. Do you approve of unsolicited use of violent power? As a longtime viewer, I gotta know. What an absurd proposition. Do I approve of the American Navy blowing up dinghies? No, I don't. I think they should arrest these guys. What are we doing? I mean, actually, what are we doing? This is literally like we're like children with incredibly expensive, incredibly violent toys, and we're like, well, we got to use them. Were they in U.S. territorial waters? No, they were right outside of Venezuelan waters. The American Navy has sent numerous vessels, like encircling the Venezuelan territorial waters, and they just like nuked this fucking boat. They should arrest these guys. Liberal mindset there. Let the Venezuelan authorities do what they need to do. This is also interventionist mindset. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, okay? There are more reasonable ways of dealing with this if this is a problem that is imminent, okay? Like, calm fucking down, dude. I'm not saying it's good that America operates as the world police. Suck my dick. God damn. You fucking annoying third worldist LARPers need to shut the fuck up. God damn. Combing through the minutia to try to fucking find out that there is Western chauvinism that's coming out of this person. He's always saying America should be the world police when every single day I advocate against it. Oh my Lord. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ, you guys are so fucking annoying. You live in Iowa, okay? Shut the fuck up. You live in Iowa and you got radicalized by watching a YouTuber, okay? You are not a Maoist third worldist. You are not a revolutionary. Shut the fuck up. Your praxis is just annoying the fuck out of a leftist Twitch streamer. That's it. Like, it's not praxis. Well, you do ads now? No, I don't. Why are you saying that I do? Why do you keep ignoring the situation in the UK / Elon Musk? Is it because you know you would be out of your depth covering it? Why do you keep ignoring the situation in the UK? Which situation? What? What are you? What? Why can't you guys be normal and be like, hey, man, have you heard about insert thing that's going on? Don't act dumb. Come on, man. What do you do? What do you do with this? Like, this guy came in hot, okay, locked and loaded, ready to fucking go, ready to rip. I have no clue what you are talking about. Give me, like, why am I trying to, like, what are you, the Riddler? Like, what is this? Ooh, an enigma, a mystery wrapped inside of a riddle. Like, what do you mean? Just fucking say what the situation is, dumbass. What is this? Why are you coming in here with like this accusatory tone? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why do I have to pry it out of you, dumb fuck? Just say what it is. It's crazy, man. And then he's like, oh, and you are out of your depth covering it. Like, okay, well, then why do you want me to cover it? Yes, you are right. I am fearful of this secret story that you know, that I know as well. And I don't want to even talk about it because I'm so scared.
Generational change in the Democratic Party. Michael.
Yeah, that's some big news there, Jay. And Jay, overnight, we also learned more about money President Trump and his family made through a cryptocurrency venture. What did we find out?
Yeah, Michael, we're learning that the Trump family just yesterday made $5 billion after the release of a digital coin that's from a firm that has ties to President Trump and his adult sons. Now, that firm, World Liberty Financial, says that these tokens were given to founding members of the company, that they can't be sold yet. So any gain is only on paper. But it comes as the Trump family is building this emerging cryptocurrency empire. And the president has reoriented the federal government to make the U.S., as he says, the crypto capital of the world. Now, the White House denies any conflicts of interest. They point to the fact that President Trump's assets are in a trust managed by his children. Michael.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Yeah, billion with a B, 5 billion.
Democrats are making a big push to reclaim the governor's mansions in Virginia and the governor's mansion in Virginia in November. They're also banking on the party keeping the governor's office in New Jersey. Why these two races in particular are being watched so closely for signals in next year's midterms? Harry Anton is running the numbers on that for you this morning. How are things, set the table, how are things looking in Virginia and New Jersey 2 months out?
Yeah, I would say that these two races are the biggest flashing red siren signs for Republicans. Why is that? Let's take a look right now at the prediction market odds in both New Jersey and in Virginia. And in both cases, the Democrats are favored. Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, 89% chance of winning according to the prediction markets. How about Abigail Spanberger in the great Commonwealth of Virginia?
I think it's weird that they're using prediction markets. Maybe I'm the friend who's too woke, but I feel like it is a weird way to expand the permission structure for betting markets to become a normal part of the political world, when you got CNN, a mainstream media outlet, consistently using in their analytics prediction markets as though they're like a reasonable way to figure out how a candidate is polling, how a candidate is performing in any race. I think that it's nefarious. I think that it's fucked up. I don't like it.
Virginia, we're talking a 94% chance of winning. I was looking at the polling data as well. The Democrats in both these races hold high single-digit leads. Obviously, Glenn Youngkin, currently the Republican governor of Virginia, was able to win there. And in New Jersey, the Democrats barely squeaked by back in 2021. Right now, the polling leads in both those states are larger for the Democrats. They're in better position than they were back in 2021. That's why in both cases, the Democrats are heavily favored. And as I said earlier on, to me, this is a flashing red siren warning sign for Republicans.
Counterpoint, there has always been a lot of debate around how much you can take from any one race and extrapolate and apply it to any future race. Why should Democrats or voters nationally care about what's happening in New Jersey and Virginia?
Right. Okay. So you see the Democrats leading in both of these races, right? Predicted to win in both of them. Why? Why should people nationally care? Why am I saying it's a flashing red siren for Republicans? If the same party has won in the New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial races dating back since 1989, guess who won the U.S. House the following years? 6 out of 7 times, the same party wins in the nationally, and they win the U.S. House of Representatives if, in fact, they win in both Virginia and New Jersey. So what happens...
That's a cool stat. That's a really interesting look, Harry.
Exactly right, because the bottom line is this. If you're not a resident of Virginia and New Jersey, you go, why should you care? It's because nationally these races do, in fact, have predictive power if, in fact, the same party wins in both of those states. And currently, Democrats are favored to win in both. And history suggests, therefore, 6 out of 7 times, they are predicted to, in fact, win the U.S.
I'm skipping. I'm moving.
China is celebrating the anniversary of victory in World War II with the leaders of Russia and other nations, but not the United States or its most important allies. It follows a summit that showed nearly all of U.S. rivals lining up on the same side. North Korea's dictator Kim Jong-un, who rarely leaves the country, joined the celebrations this morning. Anna Koren has more from Beijing.
Good morning. Behind me on Chong'an Avenue, China will host its biggest ever military parade to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. For Chinese leader Xi Jinping, this will be a moment of glory. As commander-in-chief of the world's largest armed forces, he will watch as tens of thousands of troops march towards Tiananmen Square, showcasing the country's newest military hardware. Among the guests attending, Russia's President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. It will be the first time Kim will appear together with Xi and Putin in what is seen as a direct challenge to the US-led world order. Well, that message was also conveyed over the weekend at the Regional Security Summit in Tianjin, northern China, where Xi hosted more than 20 world leaders, including Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. At this week's events, Xi is not only asserting China as a stable and reliable partner, he's also...
They're about to MAGA so hard, bro, with that fucking parade. Oh, lordy, lordy. I'm telling you right now, that parade, oh my God, bro. They're gonna butt MAGA us. We can't do shit right, bro. We can't do shit. God damn. Is so whack.
Also showing off the country's alliances and its
Over
might
30K
and
Epstein
power.
docs have been
a
released.
Message
Whoa,
solely
what the
intended
frick?
for the United States. For CBS Mornings, I'm Anna Koren in Beijing.
Let's talk a bit more about that message, that gathering of world leaders in China with CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, thanks for being here. So you've got Russia, China, and India, the leaders of those countries, very happily being photographed together. Clearly that's intended.
Yeah, will it be sponsored by Crypto.com? Fuck no. Or the UFC. Or some energy drink. Some energy bev that is like owned by Putin, Xi, and Kim attend major military parade in Beijing. We'll look at the Epstein docs in a
Send a
second.
message. If you were sitting in Washington analyzing it, what is the message to you?
Well, Tony, let's be clear. India, Russia, and China are not a natural circle of friends. They're more a club of convenience. Since its founding in 1947, India has kind of played both sides. They've maintained a close relationship with the United States, while also, for example, staying very close to the Soviet Union and then Russia. However, after getting the cold shoulder from President Trump in recent months, India is certainly sending a message to Washington that it has other options than the United States. And Russia and China are ready to welcome India with open arms. China, for its part, for a long time, has been working to undercut U.S. influence on the world stage and really to drive a wedge between the United States and its partners.
Sam, the president is engaged in this global tariff fight over trade, who's importing, who's exporting, and then you've got China. It seems like China is trying to present itself as a safe set of hands for the global economy. Am I reading that right?
China is certainly trying to present itself as an alternative to the United States. President Xi, over the weekend and yesterday and today, is trying to position China as a stable partner on the world stage, while, of course, China is engaging in malign behavior around the world. China is focused on creating alternatives to U.S.-led institutions like NATO.
I mean, it's just, again, in the backdrop of this, like, as far as like Russia and its military conquest in Ukraine, you already know what my position on this is. Totally unacceptable, violent, ridiculous. Okay. But like saying this within the backdrop of the American-Israel partnership over doing an unlimited baby murder genocide in Gaza is so funny, because it's like what moral authority do we have here? What moral authority can we ever have? Even before the genocide of children in Gaza, but we never really had that moral high ground. But like, it has gotten to a point where even Western countries, like the populations in the Western world, recognize that we are utter hypocrites. We can't even get this fucking American forward operating base to stop its unlimited child holocaust, like marginally scale it back. We can't even do that. It's crazy. It's crazy.
No, that's why President Xi is really trying to supercharge this organization called the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and set up, again, alternative entities to the ones that the U.S. currently leads.
Quickly on India, does the U.S. have as much leverage as the Trump administration thinks it has?
The U.S. is India's largest trading partner, and the U.S. provides a serious amount of military equipment as well as just security assistance to India overall. So the U.S. has leverage, but China and Russia are waiting to take the United States' place. So it's important that President Trump reposition the United States as a predictable partner for India so that it doesn't turn further towards Russia and China.
All right, Sam, thank you very much.
A lot has been made of the images that we're seeing, especially of these three leaders coming out of Beijing. But what sort of message did China want to send to the world?
Thank you very much for having me. I think the great success of the summit meeting of the SCO held in Tianjin is very significant, especially in the context of the world situation today. Meaning the SCO wants to promote multilateralism, multipolarity, and encourage international cooperation among its members, as well as in the global south. In contrast to the position of certain country, which really wants to impose its version of the truth onto all the other countries, sometimes even by holding a gun at the head of other countries. This is the sharp contrast in the world of today. And I think the multipolarity is very much believed by all the SCO members as the megatrend of the world of today, and no country should really indulge in the fantasy that it is the sole polarity in the world of today.
Do you, you talk there about a certain country. Xi Jinping criticized the bullying behavior, and I'm quoting him. He said the bullying behavior of other countries that was interpreted as a veiled stab at the United States and Donald Trump.
Well, I don't think it is veiled. It's very explicit. I think there is only one country in the world which really is bullying around among many countries in the world. For example, launching this the world tariff war, which is the wrong war to launch. And then it tries to impose itself on top of other countries as if whatever it dictates should be the real truth. This is not the rule of law that most of us really wants to live in. This is kind of restoration of the jungle in a sense. And I think the SCO, which operates completely on consensus basis, and if any member state does not like what is being discussed, they can actually use its own veto power to bring the whole.
What are your thoughts on Burkina Faso making homosexuality punishable by jail time? Terrible. What do you mean? What do you think my thoughts would be by that? I mean, if that's what's going on, then not great. I suspect that it's one of those instances where a otherwise like anti-West figure is turning around and like using that as a leverage point to try to win favor with some of the more reactionary elements. Some of the more reactionary elements in the country, especially considering that they're like having a hard time pushing back against like ISIS adjacent groups militarily. I don't like that answer. You're hiding something, just like you're hiding the UK from Elon. This is true. I'm doing that. I've talked about the incorrect notion in a lot of these countries that have been dominated by Western influence, Western colonialism, and the false association or the conflation between like pro-LGBT initiatives being seen as like a visible part of like influence peddling. It's wrong. It's incorrect. And that's part of where this kind of reactionary sentiment grows. But it's the same as like Western leaders taking an anti-trans or anti-gay stance, right? There are reactionary elements within the country, and they just like use that as a exit ramp. They use it as a way to try and to try and galvanize a public, or try to win over the public to be like, see, I'm uncompromising. I hate Western imperialism. Here's a simple expression of Western imperialism. It's gay shit. It's ridiculous.
Thing to a halt. I think this is truly a very democratic way of exercising collective leadership for more than 2,000 countries altogether, gathered together, which represent kind of half of the population in the world and quite a chunk of global economy.
I don't believe these chatters are being sincere in what they're asking you. Wait, you don't think that chatter is a gay man or woman living in Burkina Faso? And isn't simply trying to find like I've rarely spoken about Ibrahim Traoré anyway. Traoré, I'm saying his last name incorrectly. I haven't like spoken much about him in general, but he's like, I think, propped up as like a beacon of anti-imperialism. And I know that like a lot of NATO style NATO boosters actually fucking hate him because I've seen them dunk on him. Traoré, and they say like, oh, Burkina Faso is getting fucking clobbered by, you know, ISIS style groups, and they literally fucking promote that as though it's a good thing. Like I've seen people genuinely celebrate like the ISIS burning down villages and shit because it's against the guy who's like aligned with because it's against the guy who's like aligned with Russia.
And I think it draws more and more magnetic attraction to many other countries in the world because they want to have a piece of this collective leadership, and they want to have their own voice made known to the rest of the world rather than being dictated by one single big power.
Mr. Gao, do you think that Beijing then would view, and I mean Beijing, not Beijing, Taiwan would view Xi Jinping talks about bullying behavior. Taiwan would view the behavior of Beijing as bullying. And the United States Republican senators, a couple of them traveled to Taipei on Friday. They talked about the absolute need for Taiwan to remain free and preserve self-determination. You know, in many ways, you're criticizing the United States for their bullying behavior, but there are certain countries, and certainly Taiwan views China as a bully.
No, I think all of us on the eve of the celebration of the 80th anniversary of the victory against fascism, we all need to remind ourselves that the one China policy and Taiwan being considered as part of China has been carved in stone as a legacy of the victory over Nazi Germany and Japanese fascism. Because if you read the Cairo Declaration and the Potsdam Proclamation, they all dictate that when Japan unconditionally surrender, Japan need to surrender Taiwan back to China. This is the legal status. Taiwan has been part of China ever since the Cairo Declaration and the Potsdam Proclamation were made known to the world. And no one should pretend that Taiwan is separate from China. Taiwan is very much part of China. And this is the legacy of the victory of the Second World War.
So the military parade we're likely to see, is that also to signal to the United States that if it does intervene in any way, if China were to make a move on Taiwan, China...
What? China wasn't considered an allied power during World War II? Yes, it was. They had their own thing going on against Imperial Japan. Weird how the West doesn't acknowledge their fight against fascism. No, they do. China was aligned with the United States. There was intelligence sharing. Yeah, it was an allied power. It's recognized as an allied power.
Is ready to escalate this further.
The military parade on September the 3rd will be, in my judgment, the most important military parade in human history. It will showcase the best military weapons, hardware, software, drones, robotics of all kinds. The underlying message is to promote peace, meaning no country in the world should ever dare to impose war of any kind on China. And China will remain a very important force for peace, including force protecting peace across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, meaning no country should be allowed to intervene in the cross-strait relations because it's purely a domestic, internal Chinese affair. It is not a situation involving two sovereign and independent countries, and no foreign country should be allowed to interfere and intervene in the internal matters of one China.
Back on base in Beijing and visibly relaxed. If there is one message Xi Jinping was happy to land today, it is that this relationship is rock solid. There was a sense they went out of their way to show just how cozy things are. The intended audience, no doubt, an American president who had maybe hoped he could disrupt them a bit. Putin is here in part to join commemorations to mark 80 years since the end of the Second World War. But just listen to how he framed it. No doubts over whether China still backs him in the war he's currently waging.
The memory of being brothers in arms, trust, mutual assistance, firmness in defending common interests formed the basis of the comprehensive partnership and strategic cooperation between Russia and China in the new era. We were always together then. We remain together now.
I don't know anything about Taiwan. What part of what he said was wrong about his sovereignty? No, he just said that by the American government's own definition and in the eyes of the international community, Taiwan is legally a part of China. This is and this has been relitigated in the Nixon era when the American government officially recognized the People's Republic of China and not the Republic of China, ROC, led by KMT, as the actual China. And since then, the American term for how they deal with this process by consistently beefing up the defense of Taiwan against Chinese incursion, as the American government states, has been a policy called strategic ambiguity, which, you know, for layman's terms means lying. On paper, America recognizes China as one China, Taiwan being a part of China, Chinese Taipei. But they don't abide by that standard, and they will routinely, when it's not the government making a statement, they will routinely say that, you know, Taiwan is an independent nation, Taiwan needs to defend itself, and you know, America must continue to have a security commitment to Taiwan's independence. Hassan has only a handful of bad takes. This is one. No. Get out different governments. CCP has never controlled that island. Okay. This is not a bad take. This is just an accurate reflection of history. Okay? You had the nationalist forces. They lost. They escaped to Formosa. Okay? And before Mao could move its forces to Formosa to complete the full reunification and the full defeat of the KMT forces, the Korean War took place, and they obviously were positioned to go and deal with that instead. Okay, the notion that the KMT just took over the rulership and it's just like exchange hands is not the entire story, but also they, for the longest time before full recognition of the PRC, had territorial claims that extended even beyond the current boundaries of the People's Republic of China. The ROC, Republic of China, spans even beyond the mainland China that we know of. That goes into, I think, like Mongolia as well. Having said that, of course, modern day Taiwan is not the same as KMT. Ironically enough, KMT is more in favor of normalizing relations with China now than the DPP, which is the pro-American party that currently controls Taiwan and Taiwanese government, and they're deeply unpopular and becoming increasingly more unpopular as America consistently bullies Taiwan. The domestic policy, as far as I understand in Taiwan as it goes, is that Taiwanese people overwhelmingly favor not rocking the boat, not making any decisions whatsoever. If left alone, they would want full sovereignty, for sure. But as it stands, as they are between Western interests and Chinese interests, they want status quo more than anything else. They don't want any sort of war. They don't want any sort of Chinese incursion. They don't want Chinese military invasion, of course. They simply just want the current status quo to continue. That's it. This doesn't mean that they want full-blown personal reunification with China. They just don't want to be, they don't want to turn into Ukraine. Did nationalist forces cooperate with Mao during World War II? Yes, at certain points, yes, they did. That is a fair point. I recognize the U.S. does not need to make this decision for them. Yes, but to say that the United States has not played a formative role in Taiwanese politics, it would be ridiculous.
Meanwhile, this city, this army is preparing. Wednesday will host a huge military parade here. Tens of thousands of soldiers, a demonstration of might, a show of total perfection. We were given rare...
Yes, unification as soon as possible is the lowest polling out of all of them. Maintain status quo and decide at a later date is high up there, but the highest version of all of those polled, chances in unification, independent stances of Taiwanese as tracked in surveys by Election Study Center from the NCCU from 1994 all the way to 2025. The highest polled is maintain status quo indefinitely. Okay? Independence as soon as possible polls. Independence as soon as possible polls only a little bit higher than unification as soon as possible. Most people just want nothing to change. Okay? That's it. They don't want to rock the boat. And it makes sense. They get to sell to America, they get money from America, they get to sell to China. They cooperate with China, they work with China. I mean, once again, a lot of people always yell at me over this, and it's really funny because I literally have Taiwanese relatives. They work in China. They work in mainland China. Like, it's just like I promise you, it's a complex situation, but I understand it to the best of my ability as a white Chinese man. Okay, it's just funny that other white American people, I have black friends I mean, it's a little bit different. Like, okay, the white Chinese part is a joke, obviously, but
access to film some of the rehearsals to capture the anticipation.
Parade training is the main focus every day. It's an utmost honor to be part of this military parade and to be reviewed by the party's Central Committee, by General Secretary Xi Jinping, and this solemn, dignified, and sacred moment.
But the parade will be remarkable for who is here too. None perhaps more striking than North Korea's Kim Jong-un. He rarely leaves his hermit kingdom. He has never attended an event as big as this.
there is a real dichotomy.
Bro, he's shy. Why are you calling him out like this? He's shy. Like, come on. he's coming out of his shell. He's that's messed up. That's messed up to call him out like this. This is his first big social function, and you're over here making fun of him. That's fucked up. Who amongst us hasn't had to like attend an event that they weren't ready for? You know what I mean?
To the messaging here. On the one hand, China has spent the last few days telling the world it is the great bridge builder, the great convener of nations, the great preserver of a peaceful global order. But at exactly the same moment, this city is literally locking down ahead of one of the greatest shows of military might seen in many years that will be attended by some of the most controversial world leaders. It is messaging that perhaps only China could manage.
North Korea apologist? That's me, baby. I'm not a North Korea apologist. I'm a North Korea defender. I am Jusha's strongest soldier. Okay? As you know. I am a firm and committed believer in the immortal science of Marxist-Leninist Jushaism. A firm believer in the people's right to self-determination and sovereignty. Self-reliance. When I speak, the dear leader speaks through me.
The parade will bring vast swathes of Beijing to a halt. The police and the army are everywhere. Opinion amongst locals.
I mean, I literally do have a North Korean poster right there, the DPRK poster. Straight out of DPRK. You can see it from here. Jusha isn't even Marxist. Yes, it's better. This guy is serious. Is like not only taking me seriously, but is like mad. Yeah, it's not. It's better. Okay?
Divided.
It's a little disruption for sure, a little impact, but we all understand.
It's a once-in-a-decade event that showcases the nation's strength. The occasional half-day disruption is no...
This is a strange messaging from China's perspective. I'm going to be honest. If they're trying to depict themselves as the normalizer to Europe and LatAm, you'd think they'd publicly distance themselves from international pariahs like DPRK, especially Russia. Fuck no. I don't think it's a strange message from China's perspective at all. China doesn't give a fuck about... Like, China is already normalizing relations with Western countries by just being the manufacturing hub. Also, I don't think the Latin American countries give a single shred of a remote fuck about the DPRK or Russia, for the record. We're talking about the European continent and we're talking about America. That's it. And maybe Canada as well. No one else around the world gives a single shred of a fuck, I don't think, about the DPRK and thinks that this is like a pariah and all this shit. Yeah, most people either don't give a fuck or like it. They like it a lot. The reason why they're doing this is to say, like, we're here. We're here. We're a force to be reckoned with. You know, play ball, play nice. I don't even think they give a fuck about like Russia's incursion in the Ukraine that much. Like some of them do for sure. Like the ones with like better relations with America and shit. But even then, I don't think it's like a deal breaker by any standard. Would you like the idea of giant U.S. military parades? I reluctantly, I do like them. And I've talked about how I think it's kind of cool, but it was a real disappointment watching the American ones take place. It was really bad. And I also like big statues too of like big leaders. Those are my weakest. Those are the two things that I actually think look cool. I'm a fan and I like them.
Big deal.
This city knows the world is watching, and behind the strict precautions, there is a confidence about what it will show. Helen Ansel.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. China's trying to position itself as a defender of the existing international institutions, as a defender of free trade, stuff like this, which flies in the face of all that's confusing messaging towards Europe. Pariah is not a value judgment either. No, I don't think so. I think it makes sense. China is never going to be the fucking preserver of like the American-backed international institutions. China is saying that there's a new way out there. We promote stability. We promote normalizing relations with all countries, including the DPRK, including Russia. That's what they're saying. They're saying that we will maintain stability as the new major power, but we won't do it without. We won't do it with the. It's not like they're taking over the car and just taking the keys and just moving the car in the same direction. They're saying that like, if there is a global order, it will be a true egalitarian one rather than one that simply benefits America's interests. And I think that's the reason why they align themselves openly like this.
Smith, Sky News in Beijing.
Not a foot or hair is out of place. But the sweat-covered faces of these Chinese soldiers reveal their strain. They've been rehearsing for hours under the hot sun in preparation for China's massive military parade.
The parade will carry forward the great spirit of that war, remember history, honor the fallen, cherish peace, and open up the future.
Held to mark 80 years since the end of World War II, the event aims to showcase Beijing's military might and its latest weapons. 25 contingents of troops will march across Beijing's Tiananmen Square, alongside advanced tanks, fighter jets, drones, military trucks, and hypersonic missiles. Some will be equipped with cutting-edge air defense and electronic jamming systems. Authorities have been preparing for weeks, locking down and redirecting traffic in parts of the capital.
Honest question, what the fuck did China even do during World War II? Oh my God, Americans, bro. I'm not gonna like dunk on you too hard because I think this is just like a severe. This is directly born out of just a shitty education on World War II. They got genocided. Like, they had their own Holocaust. But because it was the Japanese doing it, and Japan is our ally, and they just did this very cool technique of never accounting for it, never taking accountability or ownership over it, and even going so far as to praise the people that did it. People just don't know. It is pretty fucked up. And America kind of let Japan do it because they were like, we want your war criminals, incredibly important research in chemical and biological warfare. Chat, calm down. It's an honest question they're asking. Yeah, that's why I didn't yell at him, because it's like just a blind spot that many Westerners have. Then those weapons and those techniques that the American military took from the Japanese Nazis that were conducting said experiments were utilized in Korea, where America did its own neat little genocide. And the only reason why it's not considered a genocide and instead considered a forgotten war is quite literally because it was the international consensus and it was America doing it.
As a Chinese person,
like when you look at what the fuck's going on in Israel, when you're looking at what's going on in Gaza with what Israel's doing, like that, we did that in Korea. We did the exact same shit.
I'm very proud of the military. I'm looking forward to seeing the latest weapons, especially the new 6th generation of fighter jets.
China's military has developed very fast. In the past, China was bullied by foreigners, humiliated for many years. But now we are taking the lead.
And there's another reason for the tight security.
Several world leaders are expected to attend the military parade, which is being held right after the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin. Russia's Vladimir Putin and Belarus's Alexander Lukashenko are among those invited.
As with China's
Lukashenko, who invited blood? Bro thinks he's part of the team.
previous military parade
A junior partner in the coalition, Lukashenko.
2015, Western leaders are unlikely to attend, but that doesn't mean they won't be watching. Friends and rivals alike will be paying close attention to the battle-ready hardware on display. Hardware Beijing says is designed to keep the peace, but ready to deploy in case of war. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera.
Dictatorships always use their military parades to show the world what they've got and how seriously they ought to be taken. China's 2015 parade concentrated on the missiles that could hit the United States. Its 2019 parade made much of the new drone technologies that it had. And this parade, we suspect, will try to demonstrate how good China could be at going to war very soon in Taiwan, in the South China Sea, or higher.
Oh, man. Oh, so I guess this is their version of like Kid Rock hanging out with Donald Trump, right? Like it's in the same vein, except like obviously Steven Seagal is infinitely cooler than Kid Rock.
In the Himalayas along the Indian border.
Oh my God, is Steven Seagal invited as a guest of honor? I will fucking lose my mind. Oh my God. Is Steven Seagal invited to the fucking parade? Because that would be so sick. Oh my God. Seagal beat his wife? Oh, trust me. There's a long list of offenses that you can point to, that being one of them. He's done a lot, okay, in his In the period of time that he's been in operation, he's done a lot.
We expect to see its high-performance J-10 fighter jet, and we might see its sixth-generation Sharp Sword aircraft, a robot wingman to fly alongside its handler. We might see its new PL-15 air defense weapon. And it looks as if China wants to unveil its A-50 directed energy weapon, a laser gun to you and me, for air defense against drones. All very impressive if they work as advertised. But if these...
Oh, you're a hater, bro. You're a hater. You're a hater. That's hating. Hating. That's crazy. That's crazy. Get off China's dick. Get off China's dick. That's crazy. Oh, if it worked as advertised, it probably doesn't. It's cheap Chinese parts. Cheap Chinese components.
These displays pressures the battles of the near future. The ongoing war in Ukraine points up the battles being fought in the here and now. The Ukrainian battlefront hasn't altered very much since the autumn of 2022, and the battle around Pokrovsk is a prime example. The Russians need to take it for strategic reasons, and after several months that have left the place a complete ruin, they've surrounded it from north and south, but they've still not walked into the centre of the city. And Ukraine's string of fortress cities just north of Pokrovsk, Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, Droskivka and Kostiantynivka, they've all proved impossible for Russian forces to take by every means they've tried since the beginning of the first Russian attack in 2014. Sixth-generation warfare is certainly coming, as the parade in Beijing shows, but it hasn't arrived yet in Ukraine. Which is why North Korea's Kim Jong-un, basking in the limelight of being among 26 international leaders in Beijing, is so important to Russia. Because North Korea has supplied 6 to 12 million artillery shells for Russia's war, almost 1,000 missiles, deployed at least 13,000 troops, and has lost maybe half of them, killed and wounded, so far. Over 40% of all Russia's ammunition for this war, say the Ukrainians, comes from North Korea. Over 28,000 containers of ammunition, say the South Koreans, have been shipped to Russia. The fact is, Russia could not keep fighting its war at this tempo without North Korea.
North Korea
so the warmth of the Kim-Putin embrace in Beijing, under the inscrutable gaze of Xi Jinping, suggests that this is all likely to continue.
First, Israel's offensive in Gaza continues with an overnight strikes reported in the central parts of the Palestinian territory. The Israeli army preparing for a potential ground invasion of Gaza City. More than 30 people were killed by Israeli fire on Monday, and according to local officials, half of them were women and children. In the meantime, tens of thousands of Israeli reservists are being drafted today in the biggest call-up since the beginning.
Look at the Western international liberal order and what it has brought us. Look at that. If you want to understand like how people, how people are like going through this, like if this is what they know, if this is like an American-backed genocide and that's all they know, and then they see someone going, fuck America, and then like doing unlimited violence to like someone who is seen as a proxy to America, I think it helps you maybe understand why people's opinions on Ukraine and in other countries outside of the field of vision and field of influence of the Western world is very different. This isn't to say that their position is correct, mind you, but if you want to understand where the animosity comes from, it's shit like this. America's been able to do this, or maybe, I mean, to a lesser degree than the intensity of a full-blown genocide, but still, in totality, worse numbers overall in its reign of terror in the post-World War II consensus that it created and benefited from with impunity. So that is the reason why people just look at that and go, tough titties, I guess. That's it.
The war, according to local media reports. Yet media outlets are also reporting many reservists have requested exemptions and units are seeing lower turnout than in previous call-ups. Noga Tarnapovsky in Jerusalem joins me now. Noga, those are interesting figures on reservists requesting exemptions, aren't they?
That's right. And instead of a normal call-up, wartime call-up today, what we're seeing in Israel is immense tension. It's almost like a detective series unfolding on Israeli TV screens today, trying to understand what is the actual percentage who are going to show up. So 60,000 reservists have been called up for this latest effort. These are by and large men who have almost all already spent hundreds of days in this war. According to Haaretz, the turnout may be as low as 40%. In other countries, that may not be so significant, but in Israel, where the entire military is based on a reservist structure, and where, in the initial shock after October 7th, the turnout for reservists was 130%. This is significant. What we've seen is the Army engaging in various efforts so as to minimize these concerns, calling up units that have already been checked out, reviewed ahead of time to know that they will show up. Commanders being asked to check with each and every soldier ahead of time so as at least the appearance wouldn't be of such a low turnout. We also are seeing for the very first time during this war public announcements. Several hundred reservists who held a press conference today in Tel Aviv announcing they will not serve, and more public questioning. Part of this stems from just the extraordinary and extraordinarily complex situation in which these reservists are being called up to serve in a new war, in an expanded war that the commanders of the army oppose. So giving these orders when all of the soldiers know that the top brass of the army opposes this new maneuver is extremely complicated, and we're waiting to see clear figures if we ever do get them in the next few days.
And we're hearing reports that an Israeli cabinet meeting could possibly discussing the possible annexation of the West Bank.
That's right. Let's first just say that the actual annexation of the West Bank is a very complicated maneuver which would require months of military buildup and a supermajority in the Israeli parliament, which Netanyahu does not currently command. But there is constant talk, constant threat. So there is going to be what's called a small cabinet, a narrow security cabinet meeting of maybe just even 4 or 5 ministers this evening, in which what we have been told is that Israel is going to, this group of Israeli ministers is going to be addressing the threat of many European nations, many allied nations, including Canada and as of yesterday, Belgium, to recognize a Palestinian state this month at the United Nations General Assembly. And so this meeting is being called to address the ramifications of this, quote, possible diplomatic responses. All of this is code language for what Israeli ministers have been calling, and I quote now, I'm quoting the foreign minister, Gideon Sa'ar, the imposition of sovereignty, of Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank. This could even end up in a declaration that is mostly for show, but it is significant, and it is very significant in terms of Israel's intentions regarding all of Palestinian territories in the West Bank and Gaza, where, as we stand right now, the government of Israel is not really open to any option except for its own takeover of all these lands.
Noga Tanaposki reporting there from Jerusalem. Thank you.
Outside Parliament in Jakarta, Indonesians maintain pressure on their government. They want their grievances addressed by authorities. They've put forward 17 proposals and 8 other issues. Among them a rise in the minimum salary, a halt to mass...
My goats in Indonesia. Yeah, there is mass instability, mass unrest taking place in Indonesia over the past couple of days. From what I understand, especially the youth, but it's a multi-generational struggle, but especially the youth have made a lot of demands. The Indonesian government has responded in a very predictable and very violent manner. People have been killed. There was the images of like the police armored personnel carrier running over, I think it was like an Uber driver or something. And I mean, I think this is expected, especially if you consider the history of Indonesia and how it got to the point that it got to through American intervention, of course. Vincent Bevins wrote extensively on it, called In the Jakarta Method. Indonesia has a history of taking CIA aid and intelligence to assassinate millions of its political dissidents that it declared to be communist and socialist, even if they were like simply student protesters and shit like that. That is how it's been able to reassert its power and I mean, the country, I think, has improved overall, but there's still many issues.
Layoffs and an overhaul of the financial system.
The biggest reform we need for Parliament is for them to work for the people rather than for the party leaders or the parties themselves. That's what reform really means. No matter who you are, it doesn't matter. As long as you only work for your party, you're not working for the people.
It's normal for the public to be angry because essentially there have been too many violations committed by the state. So many things done by the state, I would say, do not accommodate the people's aspirations. So they end up angry.
Public anger erupted on the 25th of August when the government announced a housing indemnity for members of parliament, a perk 10 times the country's minimum wage. The protest turned violent after the death in Jakarta on Thursday of a motorcycle taxi driver crushed by a police van. Authorities deployed the army in several cities. The NGO Contrast says 20 people are reported missing. The protests are the largest since President Prabowo Subianto took office less than a year ago. To calm the situation, he's done away with the housing indemnity for parliamentarians while pledging to remain firm in the face of riots.
Protests in Indonesia against alleged government corruption and police brutality are ongoing. The military has been deployed to break up demonstrations. Protesters are angry about wage inequality and the benefits granted to members of parliament. President Prabowo Subianto has promised some allowances will be cut, but the concession has done little to deter the crowds. At least 8 people have been killed in the past week. Jessica Washington is following the latest protests in the Indonesian capital.
I'm in central Jakarta, where thousands of motorbike taxi drivers are gathering here to demonstrate against the killing of a fellow motorbike taxi driver, Afan Kurniawan. The 21-year-old was killed during demonstrations here in Jakarta. He was hit by an armored police vehicle. Today, these thousands of drivers are gathering to demonstrate that not only can they honor their colleague and also call for their various demands about economic equality, but they can do it peacefully. They can do it even by shaking the hands of police officers.
The Biden admin put its weight behind the current president, who's a remnant of the U.S.-backed Suharto dictatorship, not dissimilar from Biden admin's backing of Marcos Jr., son of the dictator of Marcos, or Yoon in Korea. More U.S. meddling made this inevitable. Yeah, it's interesting, though, because it's like the Chinese government is also deeply involved with the Indonesian government and has played a formative role in like improving and doing big, bold infrastructure spending in Indonesia. But I think I would say that, I mean, it's just fucking transparent corruption, you know? It's just transparent corruption from political figures in the country and the inevitable mass instability that is born out of that.
And giving them flowers. Yesterday, Prabowo Subianto reiterated that Indonesians do have the right to peacefully protest, but he also said that those who commit any acts of violence during the course of these protests may be guilty of treason or even terrorism. So certainly since those comments from Prabowo Subianto, since we've seen an increased security presence on the streets of Jakarta, including soldiers deployed at many points around the city, we have seen much smaller demonstrations, but there is still a sense that this week of protests will continue. Just last night in Bandung, there were social media videos which showed police firing tear gas around university campuses in Bandung. The UN Human Rights Office also raised concerns about this week of unrest in Indonesia. I'll just read a short segment of what they had to say. They noted that there must be thorough and transparent investigations into all alleged violations of international human rights law, including with respect to the use of force. A few other important points to note: the Commission for Disappeared and Victims of Violence, that's Contrast here in Indonesia, has noted that at least 20 people remain missing since those demonstrations. Most of them were last seen in central Jakarta. Some of them, however, were last seen in East Jakarta or even the north, or even on the outskirts in Depok as well. Also, civil society organizations here in Indonesia raising the alarm over the arrest of a civil society leader here in Jakarta. He was arrested late last night. Jessica Washington, Al Jazeera, Jakarta.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news.
The Epstein releases a nothing burger, nothing new. Scoop, source of the House Oversight Committee confirmed documents posted by Representative Anna Paulina Luna are the same 33,000 pages of Epstein documents they received, 97% already public and a part of the broader plan to block transparency. Is there more Indonesia news? Like, is there an explainer that we can look at for Indonesia or no? Oh yeah, they're using the One Piece flag too, which is sick. In Indonesia, authorities are divided on how to react to people flying the One Piece flag.
So we begin with...
Did you just send me the same fucking link in the same video that I just watched? Oh no, this is from 4 days ago. Okay.
With breaking news out of Indonesia, anti-government protests have turned violent in the capital, Jakarta, and other major cities for a second night. Police fired tear gas and deployed water cannon to disperse crowds. Hundreds are protesting against a number of cost of living related issues, including the lack of jobs and low wages. But the death of a motorcycle taxi driver who was run over by a police vehicle on Thursday has worsened that anger. Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto has apologized for the excessive use of force by police and is calling for calm. Well, let's speak to Al Jazeera's producer, Siriana Hasibuan, who joins us on the phone from Jakarta. Siriana, it's gone past 8 p.m. local time in Jakarta. Tell us about what's happening now on the streets.
Well, people have been demonstrating in Jakarta the whole day today and also in many other cities in Indonesia. Well, the crowd of angry mobs started together earlier in the day outside police quarters, throwing rocks and shoot fireworks into the headquarters. And then the police fired tear gas at them. The crowd then started to burn things around the area. It is now raining heavily in Jakarta right now. And then hopefully the situation is calming down a bit. But people are still gathering, so who knows what will happen later on tonight.
Yeah, we are seeing those live pictures from Jakarta. And as you say, it's raining, but people are still out on the streets. Remind us, Siriana, how these demonstrations started.
It started earlier this week when students demonstrating against salary package received by member of parliament, which is more than 10 times of minimum wage in Indonesia. People are angry. They feel that the government and the parliament do not care about their situation. Their living cost is very high right now. Jobs hard to find. And then they feel like the rich keep getting richer, but then there's no improvement in...
It is not lost on me that the same issues persist everywhere around the world, with some exceptions, but mostly everywhere around the world.
Their daily life. And then
especially a major issue in places where we have intervened and interfered in the sovereignty of these governments. Interesting.
The demonstration getting bigger, then clash happened between the protesters and the
it's
police.
happening in fucking America too, to a lesser degree, but it's...
And then after that, later that night, the motorbike driver got killed by police car. And then the situation even more heated after that.
Okay, Siriana, thank you so much for the update. That's Al Jazeera's producer, Siriana.
Corruption is rampant? No, it's not. It's not just corruption. They're fucking frustrated by the cost of living. The corruption is the way that they see it. The corruption is also making politicians refuse to address it.
Siriana Hasibuan on the line there from Jakarta with the latest on those demonstrations. These are the latest pictures we're getting from the Indonesian capital. Police and protesters on the streets clashing for a second night over the death of a motorcycle driver. But that wasn't the initial anger that the issue that angered protesters, as we've heard from our correspondent. Let's discuss this further now with Wirya Adewina, who is the Deputy Director of Amnesty International Indonesia, joining us from Jakarta. Thank you so much for being with us. As our producer noted there, the capital of Indonesia has seen a series of demonstrations this week with the protests stemming from a number of issues. What are Indonesians most angry about right now?
Well, I think the death of the motorcyclist last night, was something that really triggers a lot of emotional outbursts, because this is the final straw that breaks the camel back. Although these demonstrations has been running quite heatedly in the past couple of days. What we need to understand, this is not even the first demonstration, big large-scale demonstration that's happening this year, or not even the demonstrations or protests that have faced excessive and unnecessary use of force by police forces. There was another demonstrations in August, another one in May, just this year alone. And last year, there was a massive demonstrations nearing the end of the year. And all of those demonstrations faced excessive and unnecessary use of force by the police forces. Tear gas was used improperly, water cannons, beatings. So I think when people are seeing with their own eyes a motorcyclist being trampled by a police vehicle, that is just the trigger.
Right. As you say, this is not the first demonstration, but the pictures that we're seeing are quite spectacular, of fires burning in Jakarta. How do these protests fit into Indonesia's longer history of public mobilization over inequality and governance issues? What feels different this time?
Well, what the government needs to understand is that they have been continued to gaslit people's opinion in the past several years. It is only makes sense that the people are trying to shout their voice more loudly. What we are looking in the past several weeks is a blatant show of the parliament, the government dancing around as the people are struggling. Economics are difficult in Indonesia at the moment. Jobs are difficult for Indonesians at the moment. And we know that in Indonesia, one of the biggest pain points for a lot of Indonesians are those jobs, livelihoods. So what's happening now is something that should have been expected if only the government would listen, if only the parliament would listen to the people.
Right. The unrest is no doubt a key test for President Prabowo Subianto. He's already apologized for the excessive use of force that led to the motorcycle driver's death. But what else does he need to do now to quell this anger? What does he need to do for Indonesians to accept, to trust once again their government?
Well, for starter, what you said as the president's apology was actually a non-apology. The president indeed conveyed his condolences. He did express his regret, but he did not apologize to the people. He did not apologize for the excessive use of force. And he did not provide clear action points of what the government will do to solve this big issue. And this is such a big issue that Amnesty International have been documenting multiple excessive use of police force throughout the years.
Wait, what? The reaction from the government about lack of jobs is to ask us to find jobs abroad? That's insane, dude. That's fucking insane. But yeah, this kind of instability is expected. If left unaddressed, economic issues are going to piss people off. That's how it's been historically. And this kind of like militant repression only makes the situation worse. Same thing that happened in California, same thing that happens all around the world. The reason why these protests get more violent, or when chatters, I see them asking like, why can't Americans do this? Like, why is America not doing this? And there's a reason. Because American material conditions are nowhere near as bad as it is in a country like Indonesia. So when the starting point is far worse overall, because like the Indonesian middle class, which the Indonesian middle class individual is far worse off than the American middle class individual is. The Indonesian poor is worse off overall than the American poor. And therefore, people have less to lose and are willing to and get more understandably resentful and understandably angry, especially when they see their government refusing to fucking do anything. How come Ilhan Omar getting so rich? This is such a funny question to ask someone like myself as a 6-month subscriber, because I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. And also, why would I know? Like, Like, do I, at any given point, did I try to tell you that I'm like, or did I tell you at all that I'm Ilhan Omar's accountant, or like, how did you arrive at this? Libs of TikTok tweet claiming she's a multimillionaire.
From 2020 to 2022, 2024, 2025, years after years after years, when people are protesting peacefully, police will come with batons, with tear gas, with water cannons. And this requires a clear, concrete actions that reform the police body structurally. Apology.
Is Chatter aware that you're rich? Maybe that's why he thought I would know. I assume in his mind, he's like, all rich people know each other. You know what I mean?
He's alone, not enough.
Hold on.
Regrets alone is not enough. Accountability should go all the way to the top. And that is where the president should have started.
Indonesia, when you look at Indonesia from the outside, it's often seen as a moral democracy in Southeast Asia. Do you think these protests and the state's, the government's response challenge that perception today? And how might this unrest actually affect Indonesia's reputation internationally and in the region, especially as it positions itself as a regional leader in ASEAN?
Well, the government should definitely be worried about what they have been failing to do to uphold that image of democracy. They have been curbing freedom of press. They have been attacking journalists. They have been curbing freedom of expression and freedom of speech. They have been criminalizing criticisms and dissents, online and offline. So I think the government should be very worried about their images abroad in terms of democracy and human rights. But one thing that I am...
Speaking of One Piece, this was my manager's birthday gift to me. He just dropped it off alongside a copy of Seth Harp's The Fort Bragg Cartel, which also Seth sent over. Penguin Random House. Dear Hassan, Seth Harp has asked me to send along a copy of his New York Times bestselling new book, The Fort Bragg Cartel, Drug Trafficking, Murder, and the Special Forces. We are both huge fans of your show, and we're grateful for your interest in Seth's work. I hope you'll have a chance to read and perhaps have him on the show soon. Thank you for helping us spread the word about this important, riveting book. Yeah, I'm going to have Seth on soon. Yes, I've been talking to him. Apparently, they're going to make a HBO show of the book as well. I was trying to buy that book over the weekend, but it was on a waiting list. Damn.
Very appreciative of Indonesians, even in these times when the governments are attacking its own people. We are looking at people still continuing to express their criticisms in the street, online. People are still organizing. People are still trying to make things better for their fellow Indonesians. So I think one thing is like what Charles Dickens said, it is the best of time, this is the worst of time. The government has been performing very terribly, but the people are there. The people are there protesting peacefully. The people are there expressing their criticisms. And like we always did, I think Indonesians will still stay true to the traditions of democracy.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Also, I have found a visual of friend of the show on an island in Capri, 1953. At first, I was going to say it's Nandre, but I feel like it's more so. Now, on second look, I realize it's not Nandre, it's Stavros Halkias. This is clear. It turns out he's not Greek, he's Egyptian. The truth is out there for those with eyes to see. Oh, yeah, I wanted to watch the Jabri video on Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein. Let's do it. The worst cover-up in American history, the Jeffrey Epstein saga, new Jabri. Nandre said, damn, this is 2 for 2 in the last, 4 or 5 days that I've struck deep into the heart of Nandre. First, by saying that Detroit pizza is better than deep dish Chicago pizza. And now with this. It's fucked up, I know. We trading barbs this week. All right, let's get into it. The worst cover-up in American history, the Jeffrey Epstein saga. This is the latest installation from friend of the show, Jabri.
Damn, this guy's good.